Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire.
The mic should be working now. The issue is I'm not getting any audio, and I need to adjust my monitor device. Pardon for the technical difficulties. Is there music playing? Can you hear music? There is music. I'm just not getting it. For some reason. One moment. Un momento. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, I need my keyboard out for a minute, because I need to pull up some reference materials for Katan. Really, we're cutting it down to the wire tonight. I wasn't sure if I was going to be streaming. We've had some crazy, crazy weather here for the last couple of hours, and it got, like, really built up. And the skies... I appear to have a close fluttering fan near me. Where? Talking about the little fly? Yeah, there's a fly in my room. Really kind of pissing me off. Anyway, the weather really, really built up, and they put out a National Weather Service alert. And I didn't know if I was going to be streaming or not, and it got set up anyway, and then it was just really dark, really dark. Oh my god, there's a bunch of fucking lightning and hail and tornadoes coming, and then poof, it all just went away. Now, I could still lose power, because the fact that I'm not getting it doesn't mean that IREA isn't going to get it at one of their substations and then shit the bed. Pardon me for a second, I'm pulling a peg out of the bottom of this evaporator that got stuck there, because it, for whatever reason, printed too large. I got that fixed, and I'm reprinting another one now. How's everybody doing today? What are we doing? SP Firestarter, White Wolf, Project Dark Fox, Lord Hethrier O'Coral. How are things? Okudaki, good to see you, man. Are we using sign language tonight? We would. We would if I wasn't an ignorant ass turd who didn't actually know any sign language. That's one of those things I always felt like I should know. Like it's inconsiderate to my fellow deaf Americans that I don't know how to communicate with them in the very simple language they've developed. For specifically that purpose. But that sort of defines my life, you know? I'm a bit of a selfish asshole. Yeah, this thing's being a pain, just bear with me for a moment. And then I'm going to get some reference material pulled up, and we're going to paint some 3D printed Star Wars figures, guys. My second favorite bit, sound issues. What's your first favorite bit, Hethrier? Is it the part where I make fun of you? Where I insult your height or your beard? I don't really do that often. He's not even short. Like, honestly, full disclosure, Hethrier is not a short man. I'm just a little bit taller than he is. So, that's just been a thing. What can I say? We got to know each other when we were, like, in high school. So those are the attitudes that prevail. Even today. As men. Hung out on Painted Ogre's stream. He is cool people. I've only had a chance to stop into his stream a couple of times, but he seems pretty okay. I like him here in chat. I like his submissions to the Storm Report, and I have enjoyed his stream at least one time. What did you guys think about Thunderdome Drew, the guy that I rated you to last time? Are you all getting bad lag on the video with the voice? If you are, please let me know if that's something that I can address on my end. This thing is being a huge pain in my ass, and I'm trying not to jam this razor blade into my actual fingers as I do this. This peg is just slightly too large, and I worked it halfway into the hole that it's supposed to go into, and then it broke off. So, you know, naturally my idea was just force it in, rather than, you know, just print one the right size. That sort of defines us here.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved.
Yeah, hit refresh, maybe reload your browser. That will happen sometimes. I always like to ask on the off chance that maybe it is not just you, maybe it's me, maybe it's something I need to fix, maybe I need to change. Maybe, you know, maybe I should use less foul language. Maybe I should be nicer to people. Maybe I should troll less on Reddit. Come on, that's crazy. Of course I shouldn't do any of those things. Ooh. So, here's a question. Dark Fox, when you played that, did it play for you? Because it didn't play for me. I need to adjust my monitor on the... I think I just need to refresh my monitor on everything real quick. Let me try that. Switch that. That's off. This should be monitor and output. I'm gonna try pushing some buttons and see what happens.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah!
Did that play for you? Because it didn't play for me. I'm gonna play it one more time and see if I can make it work.
Ass crackling thunder spunk.
There we go.
Yeah!
Woo! That's how we do audio tests around here, was with a little ass crackling thunder spunk, and then a yeehaw right there at the end. What's up, Papa
Here
Bear?
at
How you
Thunderhead
doing?
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
I think everything's going to be working now except my clips. When I push my clip buttons, I'm not going to hear it. But you hear it, right? That's all that matters. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to go through every single one of them. OBS is such a twitchy bitch of a piece of software. Every single time I do a stream, I have to do this this musical chair game where I try to get the camera feed going. You know what? Hang on. Let me adjust my camera on my... Again, my bot is not announcing when I get the follows, which is craziness. Absolute craziness. Mr. Moon Prime. Thank you very much for the following. What the fuck am I doing? What is wrong with me? Mr. Moon Prime, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. This is the one. This is the peg that broke off, foolishly. Don't ask questions, Cat. We just roll with it. We just roll with it. Questions are just going to confuse the issue. Comrade Thunderhead, yes. Here we paint models for great spreading of communist ideals. Smashing capitalist Games Workshop and Fantasy Flight. You sound like a bad cartoon. Like a terror. You know what it is? I just watched Superman Red Sun. And it was just nothing but bad Russian accents. I'd let a mech paint me. I'd be down with that. Actually, hang on. Let me pull something up before I put my keyboard away. Ooh, that shouldn't be over there. Let's fix that. I'm going to fix a couple of windows. Bear with me for a moment. I'm going to be looking slightly to the side of the screen. Things got a little rushed at the end for my usual prep work for today. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Close you, close down you. Here we go, Bo-Katan. Need a good reference on her armor. This looks like a solid one. She has some pretty crazy cool designs on her helmet that I'm going to try to replicate. I don't know if I'll be able to. They're a little wild. Oh my god, there is a fly in my office and it's going to drive me crazy. It's going to like fly into my mouth halfway through the stream. Nope, that's not good. Armor. Here we go, this is better. Oh, nope, that's a cosplay. I don't want that. It doesn't show her boots. I don't want... There we go! I can always depend on the 501st Legion to have detailed pictures of what someone's armor is supposed to look like, because those fucking nerds just can't get enough of the reference images. No, open the picture. Open the picture! Monsters. Alright, let's minimize you. This has got to be the most entertaining stream I've hosted so far. It's me adjusting window sizes that you can't see. And staring just slightly to the right, or to my left, of your perspective. I'm gonna win. What's the Twitch equivalent of an Emmy? Whatever it is, I'm definitely winning it. Definitely. Alright, there's that. Now, I want to make sure my Discord window is where I want it to be, because we're going to be doing the storm report a wee little bit later, and I don't want to have to go through this again. So let me just size this. Shoop. The whoop. Doobity doop. Go over to the storm report. Speaking of which, for anyone who might be new to the stream, which we have at least one new follower already today, so this is as good an opportunity for me to let you know, as any, we have a pretty cool bit at the end of the stream known as the Storm Report, which is really, it's just an audience share segment. Like, I make it sound all ominous. It's not ominous. There's nothing ominous about it. There's nothing ominous on this whole fucking stream, if I'm being honest. Hey, look, I can see chat again. What do you know? Watching you become slightly more irritated is fun. Hey, how you doing, Captain Zodabeard? It's good to see you. Am I looking very washed out? Maybe I'm turning gray slowly. You know what it is? I downed my saturation just before we start. It deleted all my settings again. I am sick of Logitech software and how it interacts with OBS. Sick of it. As I was saying about the Storm Report, though, I'll just go ahead and add, if you feel like participating in the Storm Report, which is going to be at the end of the stream, all you have to do is go over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures. Those pictures can be of... At this point, it's anything artistic.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
It's true. She'll do it. It's really, though, it's anything artistic. Other than, like, tasteful nudes. We're not... No nudes of any kind. We have a rule about that, believe it or not. Alright, let me adjust this here real quick.
Welcome, everyone.
Do I look less dead now?
Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. It's not worth it. No, cat. No. Other photography. If you, like, you took a picture of some mountains today, or a sunset, and you were like, wow, this is beautiful. This is so moving. I want to share this with people. The Storm Report is exactly the place to post it. But it can also be models. I mean, a lot of the time it's models and miniatures that we painted. What can I say? That's kind of our forte around these parts. It doesn't even have to be a particularly... We're not looking for, like, showcase quality. You don't have to win any awards to join in the Storm Report. It's just something for all of us to kind of share where we are and keep up on each other's projects. So it could be something that you're painting now. It could be a work in progress that you just finished. It could be something that you painted a long time ago and you're just really proud of it. You know I've got those. I've got some minis that I did some work on a while ago, and I've just never gotten over them. My painting, actually, in one case, I feel like I've gotten worse at painting since I did it. Turns into the Eye of Sauron. I'm in your mind. I see you. Ashnaz Gdurbatuluk. Ashnaz Gimbatul. No? Nobody? Anybody else? Come on, let's keep it going. Go ahead and pop this off here, pull up my reference photo. And yeah, so today we are going to be working on this guy, Order 66 Designs. He sells STLs on Gumroad, and he has a lot of really excellent Star Wars sculpts. Haven't really had that much of a chance to dig into all of them, but he recently released this very, very cool pack of Mandalorians. You guys saw the one that I did before where I got his arm scaled just off. It didn't look right. Oh, absolutely. Got to. Sentient Pickle, is that even a question? Like, Hellmarch is, like, it's in my head right now as soon as you said it. I can't, this is going to be going on, like, all day. Anyway, he released these pretty incredible Mandalorian figures that I'm going to be using in place of... At this point, I'm not even buying FFG products. I'm just printing stuff and using them in their place. Because, I mean, truthfully, I have no intention of playing in any Star Wars Legion tournaments for the rest of my life. Like, I've done more than enough of that bullshit, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if it's official. I have access to the cards and the stats. I'm going to play using any miniatures I want. So we're doing these as part of our Rebels-themed... This sounds stupid. Rebels-themed Rebel Army? I mean, that's technically what it is. It's not my fault that it's a Rebel Army, and the show that I'm basing it on, it's called Rebels. No, I didn't do that. Anyway, so, kind of Clone Wars themed as well, though. I'm painting up my Mandalorians as Clan Kryze rather than Clan Ren, which are the official figures are Clan Ren. And we're going to be using these as Mandalorian Resistance for the Rebels Army. I like this one. I had to do some modifications to this one. Now, this is a cool file pack, because it comes in a whole bunch of different pieces. The jetpacks are all separate. The heads are all separate. The weapons and arms are all separate. The bodies are one piece, but then everything else you kind of attach to it. So you can do some... Must have missed out on another cheap. But yeah, apparently they just went down to $30 again for a little while. Not $30, $3. It was crazy. It happens from time to time. Guys, if you're into Battletech, if you're looking for the Game of Armored Combat box, or even the starter box, for whatever reason on Amazon, there's some vendor that keeps dropping their price down to $3, and it'll be that way for like 12 hours or so. You really kind of have to jump on it. But keep an eye out, because it keeps happening. $3 per figure. That's what I thought. It was no, it wasn't $3. It was $3 per figure. Yeah, it's a $15 box. It's not a $15 box. It's a $60 box, but they bust it down to $15. It was Amazon themselves? Okay. Anyway, it keeps happening. So like I said, keep an eye out for it, and you might be able to catch it. Anyway, I like this one. I had to do some modification on this one because these things, You ever look at something that you think of as random, and then all at once your brain locks onto the pattern, and then you can't stop seeing it? Anyway, that's silly. I'm moving on. So, to modify this slightly, I wanted to connect her rear foot here to both smoke plumes, so I added a little bit of body in here, and now this is all one, not, perfectly solid, but much more stable piece. I also attached the bottom of the plumes to a little plate you can see that printed out that's also stuck to the base, just to make the whole thing more stable. It really is a great set, though. You can find it on Gumroad. You can make a huge variety of different Mandalorians using this set, mixing, swapping arms and helmets. And here's another two. This guy looks a bit like, what's his name? Something Vizsla from The Mandalorian. He's got that same big old gun and big old jetpack. He's going to be fun to paint. Use him as an upgrade figure. This guy who, for some reason, I thought I'd put blades on a guy in a kneeling pose. I got this... I was thinking, like, maybe it'll be dynamic. Like he's doing crazy martial arts with swords. I don't know. I don't know if the pose really worked, but I'm going to be painting him up later anyway. So let's figure out what colors we're going to be using for Clan Kryze. Looks like she has a black undersuit and then gray and blue armor, so I'm pretty much just going to be ripping off Cybran Knight as I paint tonight. That's okay. There are worse fates in life than ripping off Cybran Knight. Oh, lordy lord. I'm thirsty. I had to change out my wet palette also just before the stream started, which was part of the delay, I confess. I had this moment where I was like, hey, is my wet palette good? And I opened it up, and it was just all a bunch of shitty colors that I didn't want to use, and they were, like, not dried out, but a number of them had become so thinned out that they would have been difficult to use. There's the one drawback to a wet palette is if you have it too wet, it can thin your paints too much, and they become a little hostile to actually painting with. Today I watched the 1995 Judge Dredd, and it was pretty cool, kind of dumb, but in the good way. Firestarter, I technically is not the word I'm looking for right now. I agree is what I'm trying to say. Thank you for the reminder, Cat. You know what makes me sad about that Dredd? The thing that makes me the saddest about that Dredd, and it's not the fact that Sylvester Stallone just had to show his face. Just had to take the helmet off. The boob. No, I get that. What I don't get... Actually, it's not that I don't get it, it just makes me sad, is that... And this isn't unique to Judge Dredd 95, to be fair. It's that apparently Rob Schneider is like a raving anti-vaxxer dickhole. Like, I realize many of you probably know this already because it's been well known for a while, but I only just recently learned this, and it makes me sad. It makes me terribly sad. I was not a fan of learning that. Hang on, I need to pull up one other picture so that I can pull it up at a moment's notice. And that is a picture of a couple other members of Clan Kryze so that I have some reference to go to. Much of their armor is very similar. Patterns are just slow. I mean, the colors are obviously the same. It's the patterning that's different. Open that. Go to you. open that in a new tab. This is just so that I can pull them. Normally, this is like, I'll have these going during any given stream, but I've done it beforehand. I'm just really unprepared today for whatever reason. Well, I know why. It's because for a little while I thought we weren't going to be streaming. That's why. So I didn't prepare adequately, because I'm lazy. Oh my god. Okay, that's a couple decent references. I can work with these. Mostly gray armor. Some blue accents. Dark gray undersuit. Simple enough. No, I don't want brown liner. I want gray liner. Hey, WJ, good to see ya. Yeah, okay, that's a good answer, too, that Max von Sydow was dead, because that also does make me very sad that we lost Max. That we lost fucking Ming the Merciless. I know I don't normally talk about the state of the world, and I'm not going to talk extensively about the state of the world, because it just depresses everybody right now. It really doesn't matter what it is that you believe about it. Everybody is pretty equally like, well, fuck. I do keep having this thought, though. Like, a little while ago, we were all kind of drunk on the whole, oh, these celebrity deaths, oh, they're all so bad. I have this increasing thought when I hear about a celebrity who I like who's died, which is, well, they didn't have to see how bad it was going to get. That's something. It's not much, but, you know, it's certainly something. Let's get some brushes ready. But that's about as much as I'll say about that, because this is neither the time nor the place to bemoan the state of the world, which is pretty much always a fart tornado in a swamp of shit. Where's my flow aid? There it is. Then there's Betty White, who will never die. You might be depressed. I'm working on my Mad Max outfit. Yeah, right? Gathering that guzzling. It can be hard to just not talk about what's going on in a lot of places right now, and I appreciate that this stream has managed to actually walk that line pretty well, because I think everybody here... Well, you know, I try to be honest with you guys about it. It's, nobody wants to talk about it. It's like, I'm sure you guys get more than enough of that shit all day, every place else. I know I do, and as long as we're here, I just want to paint minis, man. That's all I really want to do. So why don't we do that? Is that the Citadel medium you mix it? So normally, yes, I do use the Citadel medium. In this case, what I applied is, and actually, I realize I probably did too much of it. This is Vallejo Flow Aid. I'm doing this specifically to this gray liner because I'm trying to break the surface tension, because I'm sort of trying to cheat my shading on the undersuit. You'll probably see why in a minute. What's up? How you doing, man, Rofasol? Shit sucks, yo. Yeah, that's accurate. Evening, Datron Voltari. It's good to see you, man. Let's get to work painting KT Sackhoff. I always have to overpronounce her name for whatever reason. It's just the way that it's spelled. KT Sackhoff. Did you guys watch any of that show that came out on Netflix a little while ago called Another Life? It was like set in space. I don't even remember what the premise of the show was anymore. They were on a spaceship and she was like a senior command member, and then there were a bunch of essentially teenagers with her. I didn't make it through even a single episode. It was so fucking bad. Hang on, I'm gonna adjust my camera a little bit. Oh. Well, that didn't really help things. I'll just paint over here. The show is just so unbelievably poorly written. I did not make it through a full episode. And I mean, guys, if you've been on the stream for a little while, you know I watch some terrible things. I watch terrible things unironically, and I enjoy them. And this was like the sort of bad where I couldn't even force myself to get through it to find out what was supposed to be happening. Like a professional pseudo-military crew broke down into teenage lovers spats and quarrels within 20 minutes of coming out of like cryosleep and shit. It was unbelievably terrible. It's so badly written and poorly acted. And I was just astonished that Katie Sackhoff was in it. She's normally in better things than that. She really is. Chasing down an alien signal to find out Earth was about to be attacked. I forced myself through it, but it was bad. Yeah, it looked bad. There was another show called Night Flyers that actually seemed pretty cool, but it got canceled after one season. I enjoyed what I watched of that one, if only because in like the second episode, there's a robotic like mining spider with a laser on it cutting people into little bits violently, which I hadn't realized it was something I wanted to see. But once I was watching it, I was like, yeah, I want to see more of this. Ooh, Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. Is that the, That's the game, yeah, Humble Monthly. If that's true, then I get it too, and I'm very excited about that. A lot of bad Netflix. Need to stick to adapting video games into anime. Or adapting anime into live action, right, guys? Right? You should do more of that. Because that's gone over so well. No, maybe not. Sounds like a modern Star Trek episode. I can't with the modern Star Trek. I just can't do it. Is it 4X? Deadlock? I didn't think it was 4X. I thought that it was, like a fleet battle game that you could, with set missions. But 4X would imply that's the usual, explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. I don't think that's what Deadlock is. I think it has predetermined missions. It's got the 4X title. I think that's probably just a mistake. Yeah, I enjoyed Night Flyers, what I saw of it. I didn't finish Season 1, I don't think, because I heard that it got canceled, and I'm like, I have a hard time with shows that I know are going nowhere. Even if I enjoy them, I'm just like, eh. It's hard to get invested if I know it doesn't even get an ending. I didn't think it was awesome. I think it started okay in the early episodes, started to disappear in its own fundamentals of the series. Well, yeah, I wouldn't know because I didn't get that far into it, but that seemed possible too. It seemed like it had a couple of really good ideas to kind of springboard off of, but if that wasn't going anywhere. So Katie Sackhoff has been cast for Season 2 of The Mandalorian, which I confess is pretty cool and fairly exciting. I don't know how they're going to implement Bo-Katan Kryze as a character, overall. Tuning in from the can. Hey everybody, Flavolicious is taking a poop. What's up, Flav? How you doing, man? Yes, hello, it is I, the one person who hasn't even seen Season 1 of The Mandalorian. Dude, if I could rewatch Season 1 of The Mandalorian, I would just watch, like, the first episode and then, like, the last 2 episodes and just pretend that the rest didn't happen. You're a strange man, Flavolicious. Puck Duncher, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Flavolicious is regaling us with tales from the porcelain throne! Oop, little piece of hair I managed to seal on here with my primer. That always happens. Always happens. This is the having pets and having them be allowed into your workshop.
Just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
How did I know who that would be? How did I know? Am I a genius? I don't think that's the case. If that were true, I'd probably make more money than I do. Probably. Not necessarily, but probably. Was it? I can adjust the volume up. We've been messing.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into...
How's that?
More shame.
Is that better? You can tell CBS is desperate. Right after their previous bomb, they shoved out Picard. Yeah. Picard. Oof. I've heard good things about what's-his-name, who's been playing Christopher Pike. But Anson Mount. But I didn't see Season 2 of Discovery, so I can't possibly comment on it. All I know is that I haven't seen a Star Trek I really liked since, like, Deep Space Nine. Even the next... Like, dudes, honestly. Dudes. The Next Generation movies are fucking terrible. Like, they're watchable. They're not awful movies, strictly, but they're really bad Star Trek. I mean, for Christ's sake, Nemesis had Picard jumping around with a pistol in each hand and no shirt on, fighting Tom Hardy. Like, how... I can't even believe I just said those words out loud. Like, I hadn't really described that scene before, but... That is what happened. Tom Hardy versus Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart with his shirt off and 2 handguns. Oh, Bobby Draper. Roland, that's not even a question. Don't get me wrong, I like Cara Dune-ish. She doesn't really have a character, though, yet. Maybe they'll do more with her. She's like, I used to serve the Empire, now I don't. I'm kind of gruff. Like, that's her whole thing. Bobby had a whole arc where she realized that her devotion to her cause was a naive idealism that she couldn't afford to maintain. And had to sacrifice the lives of those she was trusted to protect in order to realize it. Cara Dune's like, I guess I don't like the Empire. Cool. I'm gonna shoot him now. Honestly, I love Star Trek The Next Generation, but Nemesis was trash. Insurrection was trash. Trash! Star Trek First Contact is probably the best one that they did. And it's got problems. Like, I enjoy watching it, I still go back to it, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect. I mean, that's kind of an unfair standard to set. It's not perfect. Of course it is. Nothing's perfect. But by not perfect, I mean, it has some glaring issues. But if every single one of them were as good as First Contact, I really probably wouldn't complain about them. But it's like First Contact happens, and it's like, it's okay. And then everything else happened, and it's like, this is not okay. None of this is okay. Nothing is okay. This brush is kind of fucked. Flavolicious is gonna say it. He doesn't give 2 flying fucks about Baby Yoda. My favorite part of the series was when Baby Yoda was getting punched by Jason Sudeikis. And I equally don't give 2 flying fucks about Baby Yoda. It's not compelling to me. It's cute. It is. It's cute. The puppet is cute. I won't sit here and say it's not cute. It's cute. And if that's the only thing that matters to you, then sure. It's cute, and you can watch the cute thing and enjoy the cute thing, and that's great. That can't be the only thing that a show rides on. That's not fun, at least not for me. Looks like a whole lot of gray. So once I get this undersuit done, I'm going to be working up with a blue-gray. What does her jetpack look like? There isn't a picture. Oh, yeah, there is. Looks like it's got a lot of this gray, too, so I may as well go ahead and lay some of the dark gray in. It has little side nozzles, and mine doesn't. Oh, well, it won't be perfectly screen accurate to the show. Oh, no. She has a missile, too. Why didn't I have a missile? Ah, whatever. Who gives a shit? Maybe I put the wrong jetpack on her. Maybe I am the fool. I mean, I almost certainly am, but maybe I'm, like, doubly the fool. Double secret fool. Man. It's a good title. Let's do some undersuits on these other guys. But the Mando is what drives the show. See, that's part of my problem, is that Mando didn't get to do any driving of the show. He was a passenger in most of the episodes of the first season. He was technically present, but he didn't really do a lot in many of the episodes. And the way that they used him was inconsistent. In one episode, like, he was a super nice guy helping out some newbie bounty hunter, even though it was obviously a terrible fucking idea. And then in the next one, he's like, he turns into Jason Voorhees for a ridiculous horror shot to sneak up on Bill Burr. I don't know, it was like, the show was ridiculous enough that I feel like it would have played better as a cartoon, but it wanted me to take it seriously like it was live action. Maybe that's my mistaken assumption. I mean, you know, taken as seriously as anything in Star Wars can be taken, which is not terribly seriously. But we still do crave a little bit of internal consistency at times. I mean, the whole second episode of The Mandalorian, I can sum up by saying, and then the Mandalorian loses his keys and spends half an hour finding them. That's pretty much what happened. He ends the episode in precisely the same spot he began the episode in, except his ship works, and that's all that happens. Who did Yoda fuck for there to be a baby? Flavolicious asking the hard-hitting questions. Penis. What's up, Catic Harmony? How you doing? Thank you so much for giving the shout-out to
Welcome
this crass...
to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Just don't show them. You can say the word penis. I'm not going to censor you in that way. I just don't want to see it. That's all. Crasshole. That's a good one. Yeah. Honestly, the Yoda from the prequels is not even the Yoda that I ever knew. I don't know. Star Wars is such a mixed bag anymore. I'm pretty much just like, whatever Filoni says, just do that. Filoni was on board for the baby Yoda, so I just have to kind of trust that he knows what he's doing. I look at almost everything that Filoni creates as he liked the original trilogy, but he didn't think it was as good as it could have been, so he's just kind of remaking the same things and doing a better job with them. That's how I look at Chopper and AP5. If I'm being completely honest, and people may not like hearing this, because everybody loves R2-D2, I think Chopper is better than R2-D2, as far as just being a character goes. He certainly has a better backstory, which is something I didn't realize until someone the other day said, R2 has a better backstory than Chopper. And I apologize if that was one of you who said that, and I was just imitating you poorly. But, I mean, I do that to everybody. That's when I realized that R2 doesn't have a backstory. He doesn't. He's like, he was one of like 8 robots who was sent to repair the ship that they were on in episode 1, and all the other robots died, and he didn't, and that's the story. It's the whole thing. And then he started having adventures. It wasn't Datron Voltari. We could definitely have done with a greater exploration of how Hera found Chopper. We got references to it, we got a little bit of emotional reminiscing, but we didn't get much detail. Not that there's that much detail to have. She rescued him from a downed Y-Wing when she was fighting to free her planet, and he became, her droid and fought for her. And she became fiercely devoted to protecting him, just as he was to her. But even that flimsy backstory is more than R2-D2 technically has for his introduction to the series. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying, like, R2-D2 sucks. I'm not saying that. R2-D2 is classic. He's just as cool today as he was yesterday. I just like Chopper better. He certainly has more personality. You shut your damn mouth. I knew we'd have some loyalists in here. R2-D2 sucks. Flavolicious, the edgelord champion of the unpopular opinion. Always willing to say the thing that he's pretty sure is going to piss off at least one person. Some might say that's why he says it. I don't think R2-D2 sucks. I don't. He's just not, you know... He's just not as cool as Chopper, but I mean, who is? I definitely like AP5 more than I like C-3PO, but C-3PO, like, at his best, C-3PO is like, chuckle-worthy. He made a joke and it's kind of funny. Most of his jokes are really awful. I'm not even gonna... Puck Duncher, you can't make me react. You can't. You can try. It's not gonna work. R5-D4, best droid. He had a bad motivator. He knew when to get the hell out, is what he knew. R5 was just like, you know what? Fuck this. As it turns out, that was the right decision. Because it was all downhill from there. The South is the diaper of America, and Florida is the PP. That's the only reason I read that comment, by the way. Guys, I was born in Florida. Not that I feel like some loyalty to the state or anything. I don't. I'm just saying, you know, there's some okay stuff in Florida. There's also, unfortunately, Florida Man. Some areas of Florida are quite nice. The problem is that the majority of it is not. Not at all. That was a long time ago, WJ. I remember the story you're talking about, where R5-D4... It was like R2-D2 and R5-D4 had a conversation about it. And R5 did that, yeah, to help R2 with his mission. It was like this whole droid solidarity thing. God, when was that... That was a long time ago. Those were some weird EU stories. The novelizations were always a bit confusing. I remember reading the novelization from The Empire Strikes Back. And there is the scene where... What exactly? It was right when the X-Wing that Luke was in and the Millennium Falcon jump off in different directions after escaping from Hoth. And Luke is sitting, and it's written from the perspective of Luke and R2 in his X-Wing fighter. And I just remember the internal monologue of Luke as he sits there thinking about his relationship with Han. He thinks to himself, Solo. That means alone. Like... Yes, Luke. Yes, that's the subtext. Thank you so much. Now it's just text. When did that... I mean, no, Flavolicious. X-Wings never needed carriers to jump into hyperspace. When did they? They didn't need it in, A New Hope. I can't think of a single... As far back as I can remember, X-Wings were defined. And one of the things that separated TIE fighters from X-Wings, Y-Wings, A-Wings was that the snub fighters, the Rebel fighters, had shields and hyperdrives, where TIE fighters did not. Well, yeah, the base was in the system, but they never specified that they couldn't jump to hyperspace. They were reacting defensively. They didn't have to go anywhere. The Death Star came to them. I would say you had a point if they showed that happening in the first movie, but they didn't. The coolest sound in Star Wars is the screaming that TIE fighters make. Oh my god, me as a child running around making that sound to the best of my ability must have been the most fucking annoying thing to my parents. Like, I'm sure I made a lot of annoying sounds as a child, but that had to be right up there near the top. Because a human voice can't make that sound, but that doesn't stop a child from making one when he's holding his arms out to the side like this and pretending to be a TIE fighter. I also used to run around the house and you know those non-slip grip pads that you put beneath like carpets? The white sort of foam sticky pads. So I'd run around the house throwing that at things and pretending to be Spider-Man. Also, I had a pretty sweet Indiana Jones hat I used to wear back then. It was like an official merchandised hat with the Indiana Jones tag on the inside and everything. This month makes me want to drink. God, Roland, do I ever feel that? Speaking of, I don't have anything to drink right now. I should be getting drunk as we speak. What's wrong with me? I'm going to take a break here in a second and go grab myself maybe just a glass of wine. Maybe a nice headache-filled wine drunk tonight. Wouldn't that be healthy? It wouldn't be. But that has never stopped me before, so why would it stop me now? You know? I don't think I'm going to drink anymore. I'm not going to drink any less. I'm not going to drink any more. I have some water for the moment, Puck Duncher, so this is going to be a literal hydration. Nice light, refreshing berry. Look for Carillion. So, as far as I can remember back, Zodabeer, it was that Han was in the Imperial Navy, but it was always non-specific as to what he did in it. It was Han Solo used to be in the Imperial Navy, and he got kicked out around the same time that he saved Chewbacca from being killed or abused by the Empire, and he swore him a life debt. And while that was fairly non-specific, I can't think of anything in Solo that contradicted it directly. It was maybe a little fast and loose with the details. Also, I'm pretty sure Chewbacca ate some people. Which, that was a bit of a surprise. I guess it's not technically cannibalism since he's eating humans, and, he's a Wookiee. So the question really, for you out there in the chatverse, is... would you eat a Wookiee? If not, why not? I mean, I can think of a good reason why not to. I'm just saying, for the sake of argument. The kind of chewy... oh my god, Roland here! That's terrible. Do I play Lego Star Wars, Fallout 4, or Terraria? Huh. It's an interesting choice. I don't mind Fallout 4. How about I suggest something else? How about you play Fallout New Vegas instead? Eh? Pretty sure there isn't a lot of muscle under it. There's a whole lot. Dude, Chewbacca, Wookiees in general are, like, hugely built. Hugely built. They're like big bear dog ape squatches. They're super buff. There's some meat under. I think it would be gamey, though. I think you'd get all that fur off, and you'd cook it, and it would still probably smell bad. And then you'd get down to eating it, and it would be... oh, God. It'd be chewy. It'd be gross, Chewy. I did it again. That'd kill me. As with all things, depends on how they taste. With all things, would you eat human beings if they tasted good, Nanotanks? Or because if he ate a human and I ate him, I would be an indirect cannibal 404th exile. That's solid. I mean, none of you so far have noted, and I would just note, well, he's a sentient being, so no, I wouldn't eat him. But, you know, it's good to know where y'all's priorities are. If I tasted good, they'd eat me. Here's the guy. This is the print that it just didn't... If you look, his left arm, or his right arm, rather, while in a very cool position, is shorter than his left arm. And that's because I messed with the scale on his left arm when I attached it, and I didn't do the same thing to his other arm. If they were the same size, they were both long, he'd have long arms, but he wouldn't look so off. So, this guy's going to get printed again, and I'm just going to throw him in the trash. Here's a nice little stress test. If you're ever wondering how tough a piece roughly this spindly in Elegoo water washable resin is, let's find out. If I want to... Now, that gun barrel actually bent almost 90 degrees without breaking. Okay, I had to get it to 90 degrees before it snapped off, and then that little gun barrel snapped off. But that's probably millimeter and a half of thickness. Now, if we try the arm at the narrowest point, like the wrist, I had to get some pretty good torque on that before it snapped off. Let's try it at the shoulder, just pulling down. Ah! It was actually pretty tough, and then I dropped it in my paint. Either way, these resin prints are tougher than you might think if you print them solid and you cure them well. Oh my god, fly. Get away from me. Using needle nose pliers for the job of a pair of tweezers. We're pretty efficient around here. Give me a second, I'm gonna grab something to drink. I've been trying to kill the fly, fire starter. I'm not even gonna read that, Roland. I saw enough words to know that nobody needs to say them out loud. One moment. Ooh, cat would eat people too, good lord. The stream is still running thanks only to a miracle because I literally just now I tripped over the bundle of cables connected to the back of my PC so hard that it moved my tower. And I just had this moment of blind panic like, oh, what have I done? But apparently nothing too bad. So, we're just gonna keep rolling. You know? Just keep rolling. I did spill a bit. So this is because, as I was saying earlier, OBS has just been a pain in my ass lately. And for whatever reason, every single time that I go to start a stream, that I open up OBS to get going, I have to play this musical chairs game with my cameras, where I unplug it from one USB port and plug it into another USB port. And it just, all the screens on the OBS are just black. It just won't pick up a signal from them. So I'll unplug it and I'll replug it and I'll refresh it and nothing happens. I'll unplug it and I'll replug it and I'll refresh it and nothing happens. So I'll switch the USB port and then I'll refresh it and nothing happens. And there's no rhyme or reason to when it works. It's not like, oh, well, you have to do this specific set of steps, or, oh, you just have to plug it in one more time. No, it's like, just keep doing it over and over and over and over again, and eventually it will work. But, I'm pretty sick of it. And I don't know if it's OBS, I don't know if it's Logitech. But it sucks, and I hate it, you know? I've decided I'm gonna play Crysis. That's a good pick. I haven't played Crysis in a good long time. Is this in a hub or into the actual PC? I tripped over the cables that connect my hubs to my PC. It was a bad thing to trip over. Thankfully, it didn't seem to do any real damage. I'm very practiced at when I feel that resistance with my foot, I just prefer to trip myself than continue pulling. So I tugged my leg back real quick and nearly ate shit on the floor. But I don't think I broke anything. So, can't be all bad. But yeah, I'm getting sick of doing this musical chairs game every single time I try to fire up a stream. I need to switch over to OBS Live, though I have no guarantee that's not still going to be a problem, because if it's Logitech that's doing it, then it won't matter if I switch software. Well, that's not necessarily true. It might matter if I switch software then. But it also might not. We'll find out. I bent my Wookiee. Maybe it's your computer. Oh, that's general enough. Alright. There's always getting a better camera. Ditch Logitech. Yeah, once, you know, the fucking apocalypse has come to an end and it's easy to get cameras again. Right now it's nearly impossible. I run Logitech, Razer, and Streamlabs OBS, never had to reset anything. See, it's not just me, because if you look this problem up online, you find a lot of people having the same issue. And they always have to switch USB ports to get it to work. Maybe it is just my PC, but I don't understand what about my PC it could possibly be. So several of my cameras are plugged into a hub, Cat, and those cameras work fine every time. That's my face cam and my printer cam. Those are plugged into a hub. If my C920, my painting cam, is plugged into the same hub, it doesn't work at all. So it has its own cable that goes straight to the PC. And it is the one that is constantly needing to be reset. I'd rather haunt a hobby store. That could be fun. Of all the places to haunt, you know? Well, yeah, Dark Fox. I mean, look, I'm not saying that my PC isn't stuck together with fucking duct tape and baling wire and twine, and I probably need to replace the bubblegum I'm using to cool my CPU. But, you know, I'm just saying, it's a pain in the ass. It is a powered yes, all my USB hubs are powered White Wolf. Streamcam is dedicated USB-C 3.0, which would be fine if I didn't need to use my sole USB-C cable for my XLR. That port is like, I have one single USB-C port, and I have to use it for my XLR, and then I have to swap out for my VR rig. I need to get more USB-C 3 ports. I really do. They're good. They're excellent, really. And take a little bit of actual black paint and run it down into the crevices of the helmets to get proper... What am I doing today? Why do I keep doing that? What's wrong with my brain? The visors need to be proper black, though. Not this gray I've been using. Something where the Russians are the bad guys. Just to normalize me. What's everybody working on today? I have a feeling I'm going to find out a little bit later when we roll over into the storm report, but I'd still like to know. Is that Jango Fett? No, this is Bo-Katan Kryze, who you would recognize from the Clone Wars and then later Star Wars Rebels. Played by Katie Sackhoff. Been fighting with my Ender 3 for most of the day. Don't fight with the Ender 3. You'll lose. And these guys are just unnamed Mandalorians from her clan. They're nobody in particular. One thing I will say is if you're going to get these files from Order 66 Studios, I recommend you up the size of the helmets. I think I printed them at like 115%. Ooh, you're playing Sunless Sea? Zodabeard? That's a pretty cool game, really. All that Fallen London stuff is pretty neat. I like the setting a lot. I never got that into it, but I did start it and fool around with it some. Chewy, but used Abaddon Black instead of my contrast black. So is he just black? Just black Chewy? Not even like nuanced or layered black, but just pure black? Whoopsies. I mean, if you depending on how long ago you did this, like if you just put the paint down, immediately getting some water and swishing it around on there, you can pull most of it off. Working on supports for Popsicle's Cyber Ninja. The 2 print failures with the pre-supported version for the... haven't been a fan of pre-supported versions of anything. I know that some people find them helpful, and maybe it's just the versions of things that I've been getting, but I have had bad luck with them. Working on emotes! Ooh, Kat is getting some emotes for her channel. That's exciting. It is a crazy game, and I'll be honest, it cried for 45 minutes when they ran out of fuel, literally 5 feet from... You would think they could send somebody out, right? Actually, you know what? I'm not going to go with that blue-gray. I'm going to start with Reaper Tempest Gray for my armor. I didn't get my donation thing put up today. I meant to, but that's okay. We can do that later this week. Trying to get one of those Typhoon Vortex mixers and starting us off at $50 because we had one very generous donation before we even did that. Where is my medium? We were just talking about it. There it is. Did some art earlier today and can't show it. Probably because it has boobies. Probably because of the boobies. That's my guess anyway. Yeah, I'm going to start here and then shade it down. Seems like a good move. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take just a little bit of my blue-gray. Just a little bit of my blue-gray. And see what it does. Ooh, yeah. That's what I'm looking for. I like how it's just... that's Vallejo's blue-gray. It's not Vallejo's dark blue-gray, even though it's nearly black. It's just blue-gray. So now nearly everything else she has is going to be gray up to silver. So this paint job is going to be mostly the highlights. If you get the highlights right, the rest of it should work. And that's kind of a silly thing to say. That's a lot of paint jobs, really. Vallejo color names make no fucking sense. I mean, sometimes they do, but then occasionally you'll encounter one that's just like, what were they thinking when they named this? There's a color that's just called wood, that is not the color of any wood I've ever encountered. It's not the color that I would go to for painting virtually any wood. It would be a super high highlight on wood if it was wood at all. It's more like a yellow, and I use it for... I mean, not that wood can't have yellowish tones in it. Obviously it can. But I don't know what it has to do with wood so fundamentally that it's just called wood. Oh, the front of her knees are actually blue. Oh, that's okay. I can come back and do that later. That'll go over the gray just fine. Knees are blue. Holsters are gray, along with the leg straps. She's not the most colorful Mandalorian. She really is not. Her belt is brown, but her holsters, for whatever reason, are gray. As are her guns. I didn't make the decisions, I'm just putting down the paint. Hey there, what's up, Wapelius? How you doing? Cat, would you give me a shout out for Wapelius when you get a moment? How are things? We're just putting down some gray, and then some more gray, and then we were thinking maybe we'd paint a little bit more gray. I don't know. I was thinking maybe what I'd do to really mix things up is try throwing in some gray. Yeah, I've learned to pretty much just ignore what it says on the actual bottle of Vallejo. Like, whatever the color is supposed to be, just forget about it. Go with what it looks like and what it's useful for. Oh. And then slip. And if any of you gents out there enjoy watching miniature painting and you're not following Wapelius, you really should be. The man sits down for 4 hours and with oil paints cracks out a nice blended paint job that makes most of us just cream our jeans, you know? Not to be crass, but it's what happens. It's just honest. Her neck piece is blue, her shoulders are blue, her arm guards are also blue, the cheeks of her helmet are blue. Most of it's blue, and then white, gray, and black designs on the front, so I'm not going to touch it with this. The top of it can be gray. The antenna can be gray, that's fine. Trying to recover the voice after 11 hours of streaming and podcasting yesterday, man, that will put a strain on you. I usually have to take a break and drink some tea after just 4. But what can I say? You're in demand. You're in demand. There are worse things to be, right? It's the kind of problem you want to have. Not much blue on the jetpack, but some. I really appreciate you dropping some pictures for the storm report last time. Those were pretty fantastic, and they were really helpful in that they gave me the opportunity to talk about some more advanced painting techniques and concepts, which I'll usually gloss over myself because by the end of the stream I'm usually like, I'm tired and hungry. I'm like, let's just get like a hot pocket in me real quick here. I get lazy, I do. Go around and put down some blue to try to get an idea for what that's going to look like. Yeah, sobriety can be a bitch. I don't know, people who stream sober, I don't get it. And social anxiety. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair to say. I'm going to start off with a real nice dark blue. And then work it up. Well, to each their own, Dark Fox. How many acres? Roland. I'll start off with void blue. Real dark blue, and then I'm going to work up my highlights from there. I might regret it, you know. I might come back and do another brighter color afterwards, but, you know, we'll find out. Thin it down a good amount. I live, the house that I'm on is on a parcel of 35, but I'm actually living on a full section. 1 square mile, and then we have another section south of town, well, a half section south of town. But this is all being parceled out for sale, so at the end of it, there's going to be money and then 35 acres. I like Reaper Void Blue. Yeah, some people can really just stream and stream and stream and never even slow down. And, man, props to those people. I do not have the longevity for that. I just don't. I see people doing like 12-hour streams, and it terrifies me. Well, maybe not terrifies, but it seems like, holy shit, I'd be sick of myself at the end of streaming for 12 hours. I would have run out of things to say and just started recycling the same stupid shit again, and people who were there at the beginning would be like, wait a second, you told this joke 6 hours ago. And then they'd find out that I'm not really a person. What's up, Thunderhead? How you doing, Mac Warrior? Good to see you, man. The Monument paint brand is now separate from Creature Caster. Is the Monument paint... Who does, what's it called? Pro Acryl. I keep hearing good things about this Pro Acryl paint. That's Monument. So they've split from them. Does that explain why I can never find them in stock on Creature Caster's website? Or are they just genuinely out of stock right now and have been for quite some time because I've been trying to buy it and they haven't been letting me? Hey, Grenstauf. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing? How are things? You don't get views for being an Eldritch Horror. I think you actually probably could. If you were like a genuine one. Hey, Aeon Drummond, it's good to see you, man. Main set is genuinely out of stock. Okay. As long as I'm not looking in the wrong place, because that was my concern for a minute there, was like I haven't been able to buy it because I've been looking in the wrong place and just generally being a fool. It's still very possible that I'm being a fool, in fact, very likely. But that's just not an example of it. It's important to differentiate these things. Canadian First Nations person, not German. No, that's... the ridiculous accent I did has nothing to do with your name. I've been doing stupid accents all stream. It's not even a thing I do regularly. It's just been this stream, and no, I have no explanation for it. Though I can see how you might look at that and think, oh, yeah, German, okay. That's pretty cool, though, Grinstuff. What do you paint minis, out of curiosity? A lot of people here do, but some don't. Some just like to hang out, you know? Monument has some great paint. I've heard fantastic things about their line. I just haven't been able to get my hands on any of it to confirm it. I want to grab the core set, which is a fairly big investment for jumping into a paint series that I know nothing about. But it's been recommended enough, and it seems like a good enough savings, and I honestly hate buying individual paints. There's some that I do, some that I really lean on a lot, that I make sure I buy them specifically and individually, but for the most part, I'm like, just give me a set of a bunch of colors all sharing some kind of a theme, and leave me alone. I don't want to think that much about it, I just want to have them, and then dig through them. I'm a pretty lazy painter, if I'm being honest. But then if you've been around for a while, you know that. We're all about the shortcuts here.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
And we make such mature jokes. Such mature.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha.
I don't think that counts.
As he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I moved it off the camera entirely. I wasn't still painting on it. Alright, for the helmet, it looks like the cheeks, the back, and most of the front up to a point are going to be blue. That's actually going to be gray, which I should have done before, but I didn't, but that's okay. We can come back to it. And then the line across the top is slightly forward of the crest. Actually, a play on the Sweet, Sweet Mary Jane. Good old Canada. Back when I was buying black market, not living in a state where we could just buy it, you know, locally grown and regulated, I was always looking out for some of that sweet, sweet Canadian MJ. Moving here to Colorado, where you can just buy marijuana freely and openly. I've never been so happy paying taxes before in my life. Ooh, there's actually a band of gray across the back of her helmet that I missed that goes down this. Oh well, I'll be able to do that later. Never thought I'd be so happy paying taxes, but I am. Besides my minis projects, my current project is to make a birdhouse in Ultramarines theme for the robins who made their nest in my front. Oh my god. That's actually pretty cool. So I don't know how long you've been in the stream, Green Stuff. I don't know if you've been here before. But this is as good a chance as any for me to go ahead and plug. Not even really a plug. It's not like I want money. We have a bit at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report, which is it's an audience share segment for those of us who are creatively minded, which is a lot of this community. And if you felt like participating, that would be pretty cool, even though it's your first time. It's a real straightforward thing. Any pictures that you would like to share of anything you've been working on creatively are welcome. And all you have to do to participate is roll over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures. And at the end of the stream, we're going to be taking a look at all of them. It's really a pretty cool way for everybody to sort of keep up on what other people in the community are working on. And, you know, share our work around with people that we can really get feedback from. Because as much fun as it is to just spit your work out into the social media sphere verse for strangers to like or dislike or make little laughy face emotes at, I find it's more helpful to have a group of people whose opinion you're somewhat acquainted with to give you some, you know, constructive criticism and feedback. Though that's not necessarily what you're looking for. We don't always do that in the Storm Report. You can just share... I mean, hell, we got people who do woodworking. We got people who do cross-stitch and knitting and just all kinds of stuff. It's just creativity. Like I said before, I feel like to be creative, you have to kind of consume creativity on a certain level. Otherwise, you're just existing in a vacuum. And the Storm Report is how I consume your creativity. Was that sound sinister? I didn't mean for it to. Yeah, that's a good start. Oh, I didn't do her gun. Yep, 2D digital artwork, also. Very talented people. Remarkably talented people in this group and on my Discord. More talented than I probably deserve. Some of the people post stuff and I'm just like, what are you doing in my I should be posting stuff into your Discord. Holy shit. You can consume my ER-heavy lasers and gauzes. I'm the mech warrior. Just finished the liquid vinyl coat that plasticizes wood surface that prevents molding. Gotta do spray prime next. I'd love to see anything you've got done. Grinstauf. I'm just gonna say it. Like, I can't help but say it with kind of a bad accent. Almost done. Dude, you've been working on that for a while. I'd love to see some work in progress pictures. Fang and Claw. By the way, could I get a shout out for Fang and Claw Hobbies if we haven't had one yet? You sound like a neckbeard when like a neckbeard, like an edgelord when I do your narration, though. That's my creative take on it. And I want to do some brown for the belt. And then work on some highlights. Yeah, definitely check out Fang and Claw Hobbies, though. I love popping in there. He'll spend a lot more time working on individual models than I will a lot of the time. And lately has been doing some really fantastic work on Archaon. Archaon, is that how it's pronounced? Either way, that big, crazy model, the Chaos Rider dude. A lot of really, really cool freehand and flame effects on the shield and everything. I mean, really impressive stuff. So if you're into watching some really, really neat chaos come together, I would definitely check them out. Okay, it's posted. Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing it, Gren. I'm just going to call you Gren. Is that okay? That's going to be easier for me to say regularly. Watching some new recruits at Fort Benning. God, I love the new camo. The old digital. Is it new army camo? I'm not actually familiar with how they've changed since the ACUs. I know that they left them behind a while ago, but I haven't really kept up on what they are using now. Yeah, the ACUs were awful. Advanced Combat Uniform, derpity-derpity-doo. Some asshole officer some series of asshole officers made their careers selling that bullshit to the government. And probably got some nice kickbacks from whoever was doing the manufacturing on them. They were so bad. So bad. So Bo-Katan's holsters are gray? But I think I'm going to paint them brown because that's just so fucking boring, honestly. They might not be perfectly accurate, but her pistols already aren't perfectly accurate, so we're saying that she's wearing some brown leather holsters. Because the alternative is just way too much gray. No visual interest at all. And I need something that's going to contrast against the weapons themselves. Not a lot, but a little bit. Just like the old 80s camo. Might be digitized. Can't go. I mean, the digitizing thing is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What was wrong with the ACUs was, I mean, what was wrong with the ACUs? The camo itself was dumb. The colors were bizarre. The explanations for why it looked the way it did were so many and so conflicting. I heard all kinds of things from, it's a general color designed to blend into the most possible environments, and then it would be like, oh, but it's not designed to blend in, it's designed to make it so you can't tell how far away somebody is, and I just think that was all bullshit. You know, your coat's kind of a brown color. Man, I haven't watched Serenity or Firefly in way too long. Misspelled Woodland BD. Yeah, they were good with all the buttons on it. It was mostly, for the ACUs, it was the transition to the god-awful Velcro that just killed it. The Velcro was so bad. Like, it was useful on a fresh uniform for a little while, kind of, and then you wash it one time and it just looks like shit for the rest of its existence. You'd only see a floating head float. Shoot at the floating heads! Squats are what got me interested in 40k back in the day, then they got shit canned. Did they ever? I figured I'd go with the sisters when I wanted to make the jump in, and then they got shit canned. So I jumped in Dark Eldar, and then they discontinue Asdrabai Vex. Asdrabai, Asdrubal. I remember that model. Yeah, I had a Mechanicus army right when they first introduced me. This is obviously very, very recently. Because Mechanicus wasn't an army for a long time. But I had started one, and I had worked my way around the lack of transport options by creating my own termites. And then opting in a Space Marine component and using their drop pods. And, like, I had done all this work. And I had made these really cool termites out of old G.I. Joe toys, so they were like drill tanks that would come up through the ground, and I had modeled them with dirt around them and everything, and the doors were open so the squads would come out. They were just drop pods. Mechanically. And I got them done. I got them completed and started painting them. And, a week later, they put out an errata that was like, this is no longer possible. I'm like, fuck you. I just made 3 of these things, put a huge amount of effort into them. GW.
You can no longer take this as an option for your army. No.
Bunch of b-holes. Like that game has ever been particularly balanced.
It hasn't.
I like the new Sisters models for 40k. I haven't painted any of them, I haven't acquired any of them, but then I haven't bought models from anyone in a while. Some Star Wars models, but most of those I've been printing too. I was a little put off by the Primaris Space Marines because I always used to play Space Marines. And I liked their whole totally impractical warrior monk wearing a lot of bright colors thing that they had going on. And the Primaris Marines started to make... It's like they're trying to make more sense out of the Space Marines, which on the one hand, I get it. But on the other hand, what always attracted me to 40k was the humor of the whole thing. Was the incongruous nature of its supposedly futuristic setting and its disconnect with modern combat doctrine. Space Marines wore bright colors and yelled a lot, and it didn't necessarily make any sense, except to say that they don't really need to hide. They're Space Marines, they're huge. They want you to know that they're there for the most part, barring a couple of specific chapters/legions that are kind of sneaky. But now they're all super tactical, and their gear's all starting to, like, make little amounts of sense, and it makes too much sense for me. It makes too much sense for me. I was glad to see that the Sisters got pretty much all of their Baroque, Gothic styling. I haven't seen the new Termite yet, Vergaderung. I know that they made one. Hey, Thunderbutt, what's up, Ren Momo? How you doing? Bikes look fine, go-kart is dumb. I agree, the new Space Marine go-kart is pretty silly looking. Did you say you was Army? I was Army. I don't go on a lot about my military service. Intentionally. It doesn't really interest me as a subject. I did it. I spoke some languages. I wrote some doctrine. I got fucked up. I got out. And now I rock the old disability claims. And I get my free meal once a year at Applebee's. And God knows it was all worth it. Right? I don't know about you guys, but I definitely did it for the once a year free meal at Applebee's. That is just... It makes everything worth it. We're talking about Mutant Chronicles? Supposed to be the game me and Dad got into after we went to Mutant Chronicles. Ooh, yeah! Mutant Chronicles is a cool... I always liked the storyline of Mutant Chronicles, too. The Dark Symmetry. I thought that was neat. Oh, you missed the Storm Report last time? That's okay, Ren. I mean, it's on VOD if you want to check it out. We leave it up. No, it doesn't, WJ. And honestly, I'm not going to harp for a long time about, like, from a veteran's perspective, because I fucking hate that shit. But the whole thank you for your service thing has always been, to me, one of the most awkward interactions that I have with people. Like, first of all, I know people you should be thanking a lot more than me, but that's not really the angle I like to come at it from. Man, you know I got paid, right? Like, not a lot of money, but it was a job, effectively. You don't know what I did, so it feels weird to be thanking you. It feels like it's a social affectation that took place post 9/11 that I never really felt. That and half the time I've gotten thank you for your service has been when I'm, like, getting off a plane and I happen to be wearing a uniform and I just want to be like, you know, I only wore this uniform so they bumped me up to first class, right? Like, I hate to be crass, but that's why I did it. I don't hate to be crass. That's a lie. I love being crass. It's not like join the military. I'm just saying that's why at any given time I'm wearing the identifiers of it. Most of the time I prefer people not
Welcome back to 50
know.
Shades of Coal Gray,
I love
Chapter
this book.
5. Thunderhead smiled as he held two brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for two brushes, one paint pot.
That's a terrible joke. Where's my light blue gray? Where's the color I'm looking for? That's USAF light gray. Where's my light blue? Oh, there it is. Okay,
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
The desire was there. He knew that. Dad was a radar tech during the height of the Cold War. Saw some close calls this day he still can't talk about. See, that was at least interesting work. I wish I'd even done interesting work. All I could really say is that even when you get into a lot of the work in the military that you think is going to be interesting, like, ooh, this is where the secrets are, 90% of the time there's no fucking secrets there. Or if there are, you don't need to know them and they're never going to tell you. You think having a security clearance means they're going to tell you interesting things? Fuck no. It means they can let you find them out. It's possible. They probably aren't going to. Green stuff. Thank you so much, Gren. I'm going to go with Gren. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and I keep not doing it. Thank you so much for the subscription. Keeps the lights on, man. I mean, maybe not quite that dramatic. Yes, White Wolf, that is true. That and the nature of compartmentalization. This is something I learned very quickly after getting a security clearance, is the nature of compartmentalization is the information you do have would only be interesting if you had the information that other people in different compartments had, and that's why you're kept separate. So there's really just nothing that interesting going on. It would only be interesting in context, and you are not allowed to know the context, because the context is somebody else's job. Really, what you do in jobs like that is babysit soldiers who have no business being soldiers most of the time. You might be shocked to find out the kind of people that can get a security clearance in this country. It's disappointing. It's very, very disappointing. Oh, hey, this guy with a fucking TSSCI security clearance who's in charge of at least 6 other soldiers and is in charge of a whole mission floor. Yeah, he, bought himself a new truck, or bought himself a Mustang that he doesn't know how to drive, and wrecked it into a general's car coming out of the fucking parking lot. Like, what the... How? What the... You would think that they'd be, like, adults, at least. But no, for the most part, they're not. They're just kids. I'm gonna stop complaining about this, because I could complain all day, and it's really not even that interesting. Put some work in progress in the Storm Report. Fang and Claw, thank you so much for doing so. I look forward to seeing them. We do try to limit it to 3 only because we have had a couple of Storm Reports that have gone particularly long. Which, you know, like I said, that's the kind of problem you want to have. It excites me that people want to participate. I try not to spend, you know, an hour doing it. And I think limitations like that encourage people to choose their the stuff they really want to share and think a little bit more about it. Yeah, Captain Zodabeard, you're not wrong. It's either a boondoggle or basically a hammer. That's the thing about field military tech is, it's neat to be able to say, we've upgraded our soldiers with the latest technology. We have laser-guided pulse rifles. This weapon can project 30,000 chicken beaks at a speed of 200 miles per hour into a space smaller than the dick of a newt. The problem with that is that if Private Snuffy can't repair it in the field, it's not useful to anybody. And let me tell you something about Private Snuffy. He's dumber than shit. He really is. He certainly isn't an electrician. He goes to the dealership to get his oil changed. That's not even like an insult anymore. The way cars are built anymore, you have to go to the dealership to get your oil changed if you have anything past like 2010. Talking about the chicken cannon again. Yeah, it just keeps coming up, you know? I mean, I might have said that, Cat. I don't know. We can't rewind. Everything that gets streamed is gone immediately, so there's no way to know. How you doing, Kursala? It's good to see you, man. Painting Bo-Katan's metal bikini bottoms here. Best friend is an engineer for the Air Force, accepted a shipment for a piece of testing equipment designed to measure forces in excess of 11 grams. Since it was one of a kind, it was listed as insured for 11 grams? Is that right? $10,000. Since there was no tick box for that piece of equipment on the mail form, it was listed as a hammer. Poor airman who delivered it was trying to sign. Shit a brick at a $10,000 hammer. There's always funny stories that come out. Somebody always likes to slip that into a news report, like the military's buying $10,000 hammers. Which is not to say the military doesn't waste a lot of money on a lot of stupid shit, but at least as far as I know, they haven't bought any $10,000 hammers. Not that I would know. Chicken cannon is a real testing piece of gear for test airplanes and trains when they hit birds at high speed. That's disturbing as hell to know. It's gonna make sense when you say it out loud. Not like a lot of sense, but a little bit of sense. Oh, 11G, that makes way... I was like, 11 grams? No, 11G. 11 Gs. 11 times gravity. I got you. I was like, that... How the fuck would that cost... I have something that does that cost me, like, $5. I'm stupid, as it turns out. What does it say that when I decide to do a stupid accent or a voice to sound like a dumbass, I go to, like, a straight-up Florida Panhandle thing? I blame Forrest Gump. I'm a little unguided on this model. I'm not sure I love the colors I've chosen for the base. Part of the problem is that she has a black undersuit and then a bunch of gray armor, and it's just not easy to make that super interesting. But, you know, I'm just making excuses at this point. just need to keep going with it and see where we land. I mean, really, I'm going to do a lot of this shading. I'm going to give it a black wash, and then I'm going to come in and I'm going to do more shading, because that'll give me some more contrast to work with. Even better, this Japanese bullet train company used the chicken cannon, not the comedy show, the Royal Canadian Air Force cannon, okay, but the real thing. They fucked up big time. They used a frozen chicken. Oh god, yes, a frozen chicken would be a genuine projectile that would not go splat at all. Did they blow up a train by firing a chicken at it? God, I hope so. Well, maybe not blow up. It would take quite a lot to do that, but I would hope severely damaged it, right? The old chicken incident. The lesson learned that day, don't run into frozen chickens. Tyson Foods is the most dangerous motherfucker on the planet. Well, in public transportation, anyway. It sounds foul. Oh, God. Ugh. Yeah, I would think turkeys would be rare in Japan. It was mostly a North American continent thing, as I understood it. Went right through. I believe that. You know, that's the funny sort of thing about velocity. At a high enough relative velocity, it really doesn't... I mean, it matters, but it matters less how hard something is. And a frozen chicken, you might think, oh, that's kind of hard, but not that... But you get it going fast enough, and, oh yeah, that's deadly as hell. Anything going fast enough will kill the ever-loving Christ out of you. And apparently punch right through a chain. Train. Alright, that's all blue, that's all blue. Her face mask is going to be largely white, so I'm going to leave her face for a little while. Do some work on these weapons. Damn, we got some far-reaching military families here in chat. I've got my little brief snippet of a kind of story about my grandpa there below chat. Don't really know that much about his service. That generation, that World War II generation, and for that matter, the Vietnam, well, not as much Vietnam. We got more stories out of them, but that World War II generation really didn't talk much. Some of them did, but a lot of them did not. Which I can understand, honestly. You know, there are guys out there who want to talk all about their war stories, all about their this happened, that happened, the other thing happened. I don't really have any to talk about. The stories I have from the military are always like, hey, let me tell you about this one time that I saw an officer commit a criminal offense and not get punished for it. Or how about this other time that I saw an officer commit a criminal offense and not get punished for it. And pretty soon my stories just turn into a depressing commiseration session about how bullshit so much of the military command structure really is. It's like, these aren't fun war stories. This is incredibly depressing. Yeah, man. It kinda is. There you go, that's my experience. Kinda depressing. Didn't find out a lot about my grandpa's service until he had a stroke and started drifting. It's good to get the stories when we can, just to find out about our own, family history. But same time, again, I get why a lot of those dudes didn't want to talk a whole lot about it. That particular generation fought in a war and saw some shit. Our wars, my generation's wars, our forever war has been very different. Ugh, you guys, I'm tired of talking about the military. It's not a subject that inspires much except for sort of disdain and yeah in me, One piece of aircraft history I got to brag about is I got to see one of the last touchdowns of the Concorde. Oh, no shit, that's pretty cool. Dad knew about the retirement of the jet line. Yeah. That's pretty neat. Hey, Crossbow Roof, it's good to see you. How are things? I'm going to throw down a bit of black wash with some flow aid in it to see how that affects all my gray. And while that's drying, I'm going to work a little bit on some other parts of the model. So about them elbow rockets. Yeah, robots are definitely more fun. Speaking of robots, who here's watching Doom Patrol? Up and down week, some highs and some lows. Man, I don't know how that goes. Generally speaking. Sorry to hear about the lows, as always. Played Civilization today. For the first time, I got a giant death robot. I haven't played Civ in a while. For my 4X, I keep going back to Stellaris lately. I do love a good 4X game, though. Can't remember the last time I played specifically a Civilization title. I hate VI. What's VI? What am I missing? Hi, your anniversary was Tuesday. Awesome lunch. Oh, fucking happy anniversary, man. Congratulations. Oh, the Roman numeral 6. Yeah, no, I got you. I was like, VI, what are we talking about here? Yeah, Doom Patrol is, confusingly good. I am, in my heart, I am a DC fanboy, and I will stand by DC properties even when they're bad, for the most part. I genuinely will. But I have not been a fan of the movies that they've been doing, at all. Doom Patrol, though, is, better than it seems to have any real right to be. The quality difference between Doom Patrol and, any of the other DC television offerings, and I even enjoy the other DC television offerings. I watched The Flash. I watched Arrow for a couple of seasons. I have enjoyed Supergirl. But Doom Patrol is so much better. Like I said, the difference in quality and writing is staggering. It's jarring. It really is hold on, what happened here? Whose finger is in what pie, and how does that change the quality level this much? You know what? I'm not even going to argue with that, Roland, because it's absolutely true. I'm just going to say that I unironically enjoy it. It's very heavy-handed. But it's Supergirl. Supergirl has always been heavy-handed. There's nothing about... For that matter, Superman is heavy-handed. Like, nothing has changed. Mostly watch it for Brainy these days, anyway. When the Titans, Outsiders, the Codaverse, and Doom Patrol, it was WJ, but Titans was not very good, in my opinion. Like, it wasn't bad. But I kind of lost interest midway through Season 2, which it takes a lot for me to just stop caring about a show to the point that I stop watching it mid-season. But I really I lost it. Didn't really care what was going to happen, and I stopped watching it. Like, even with the promise of Dick Grayson becoming Nightwing and getting a new costume, I was like, But Doom Patrol just grabbed me and never let go. I thought Alan Tudyk as Mr. Nobody was one of the best choices that they've made in a long damn time. His Mr. Nobody is a delight. You know, Roland, I didn't hate John Cryer's Lex. Like, when I heard John Cryer was going to be playing Lex Luthor, I was like, oh, really? And I realized that was kind of unfair thinking. It's just that John hasn't really done anything other than, like, what, 2.5 Men in a long time. And his Lex Luthor was actually pretty enjoyable. I was surprised by this. But I can admit when I'm being unfair. Usually, sometimes, every now and then, occasionally, once. Alan wasn't in Dodgeball. Are you thinking of Steve the Pirate? Played by himself? Steve the Pirate. One of my favorite scenes in that movie is when he mentions Steve the Pirate to that one fucking dude, the guy who plays JP later in Grandma's Boy. And he just doesn't know who he's talking about. He's like, Steve the Pirate. Come on, you know, he's the only guy in our group who dresses and acts like a pirate. Now it's not ringing any bells. Oh, that's pretty cool, Grin. SR-71 was a damn cool piece of machinery. I never got to see anything but an old retired one. My dad has he's been an aerospace engineer for a long time, and he has so many pictures of him next to so many famous aircraft and so many famous aviators. So I've always had this like loose connection through him of being like, well, I'm one person removed from somebody who did a bunch of cool stuff, but I never got to do anything really cool to do with aircraft. He designed the parachute release mechanisms for a number of the space shuttle landers when that program was still going on, which I guess it is still going on. But he's been more involved in civilian projects since then. He worked on like the Evergreen supertanker and a few other recent things. Smallville Lex was fantastic. That was... Oh, I should know the actor's name. He did the voice of the Flash in Justice League Unlimited. But yes, Smallville's Lex Luthor was fantastic. Ren, I suggest you don't. That's my advice these days. Someone's like, I want to join the military to do such and such. I'm like, don't do it. There are better ways. Michael Rosenbaum, thank you so much, Roland. Hey, Pond Burn, it's good to see you. Oh, God. Yeah, Ultraviolet was not a good movie. I wasn't, like, a fan of the Ultraviolet comics, so I couldn't even compare it to anything. I just saw the movie and was like, this is bad. No one should be watching this. What are we doing? I'm gonna go to Reaper Tropical Blue to do a little bit of work on my blue highlights. How about that new Monster Hunter movie? I refuse to acknowledge that that's even happening. Anything with Mia fucking what's-her-name. She's had some pretty bad press lately, too, with apparently the way that they treated a stunt woman who lost an arm doing a stunt for her. Which is like, holy shit. I guess she was treated particularly badly by Mia, her husband, and the production staff afterwards. I don't know enough specifics to comment on it much past that, except you could probably look it up if you were interested. There's always Air Force or Navy. If you're gonna go military, Ren, join the Air Force. Just join the damned Air Force. You'll be happier. Your quality of life will be much, much greater. You're probably not going to die in the Air Force. Get a technical job, and it's just the thing, like, the actual military, very, very small percentage of the jobs in the military are combat arms, or even particularly dangerous. You'll be at more danger from moving heavy equipment than you will of being shot, for the most part, unless you join a combat arms MOS. I mean, you can go to combat in any service except maybe the Coast Guard. Even in the Air Force, you can become Special Forces or wind up, air crew overseas or something like that, but it's really not that hard to stay out of it, Air Force or Navy. And as far as big manly men go in the military, I've never met so many fucking nerds. I've never met so many fucking nerds as I did. I played more war games and Magic the Gathering tournaments and Dungeons and Dragons in the military, in the Army, than I've ever played anywhere. Now, mind you, I was in Intel, and yes, it did attract dorks like me. I'm just saying. Again, unless you join Combat Arms or the fucking Marine Corps, and even then, dude, it's just like, it depends on where you go and what your MOS is. Marines aren't all bad guys. I'll tell you though, if there's one thing I learned about Marines, is that if you go to a party with Marines, at some point, one of them's gonna wind up in women's clothing. I don't know why it's a thing. I don't know why it's a thing, and I pass no judgment on them. I'm just saying, I've never been to a party with Marines where some of them didn't wind up wearing women's clothing. It's confusingly consistent. Honestly, the whole get a job, join the military, it's always a job, get your college paid for thing, that's one of the reasons I'm most convinced that we're never in this country going to see a real push by any political party. Like, every now and then, somebody makes noises about it, but we're never going to see a real push towards free college. Truly socialized college education, which, whether you agree with it, think it's a good thing, think it's a bad thing or not, is not the point here. It's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the U.S. military would lose its biggest recruitment tool if we socialized college education in this country. I like to put volunteer military in air quotes when I say it, because most people join so they could go to college these days. I mean, that's not the only reason it's never going to happen, but it's a reason it's never going to happen. Obviously, there are many reasons. That's it. I mean, yeah, you can get some good college money by going in. That's something. Honestly, some of the best parties I ever had were with SEALs. Like, they weren't even as crazy as you would think. In my experience, and you guys might have known different SEALs, and obviously every man is different. Everybody is different, every person. But the SEALs that I knew were all, like, really laid-back, hardcore professionals that you wanted to have with you if you were out drinking. Because half the time, you would be the idiot who got too drunk, and they'd be the one guy who knew how to handle his shit and knew exactly what to do. They were supremely confident in all scenarios and just handled shit calmly. I never met a SEAL that had to show off. They deal with people, including antagonists, with the calm assurance of someone who knows that if it really came down to it, you're not a physical threat to them. Nor are you even really a legal threat to them. For the most part, they're allowed to do anything they want. But all the ones I met were really, really good guys. But again, the ones that I met were the ones who were classified to, or rather seconded to learn language. I interacted with them at the Defense Language Institute for the most part, so they were like in a school environment, and they were on the smarter end of the spectrum. But I was glad I knew them a few times. They got me out of some shit. They were the ones who would be like, hey, we finished part of our course, everybody's going down to this bar to have some drinks, and some NCO would be like, whoa, 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 this soldier can't go, there's regs that says this soldier has to be at this formation, and you guys can go, and they'd go, is that fucking right, asshole? And they'd be like, well, no, sir, no, he can go get a drink with you. I'd be like, yeah, fuck you. Of course, DLI was like high school version 2. They take grown men, and they mix them with people who just got out of high school, and they just treat you all like assholes. That's not really DLI, though. That's TRADOC. TRADOC specializes in treating everyone like assholes. I would say Ren Momo, like, as much as I like to, you know, make fun of stuff and be like, oh, don't join the military and be all cynical, if you're honestly looking at military service, like if you're really looking at military service, there are places for everyone. There really are. It's going to depend. If anything, I think that the thing that gives me the most pause about recommending military service, it's that your experience with the military is so dependent on specifically where you get sent and specifically who's in command of that unit at the time that you're in it. The quality of life in any given unit, depending on the service, varies wildly based on circumstances that are largely out of your control, and that's something that I never liked about it. You can be at a unit for a number of years and have everything be fine, and be a professional, and do your job, and get along with everybody, and know the system, and you get a change of command, and you get an officer that comes in. And there's this attitude among officers, particularly new officers with fresh commands, where they're like, well, I mean, what they're looking to do is get promotion points and pad their fucking portfolio. So they show up to a new command, and their immediate thought is, I need to change things. Not because things need to be changed, but they need to change things because if they show up and they change a bunch of stuff, it just looks good for them. It looks good on their paperwork. It makes them seem like they're more proactive. So they'll pick some random shit that's working perfectly fine, and they'll just start shuffling. They'll take a perfectly efficient unit, and they'll just start shuffling it. And efficiency drops, morale fucking tanks, and it's just, And you watch it happen once, and you're like, wow, that sucked. You know, but okay, fine, I guess that'll happen every now and then. But you watch it happen over and over and over again, and it's hard to even take the military seriously.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat. Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. And I like to phrase that as a please, you know? Pretty please. Let's all be nice. Let's not show our dicks. Yeah, it's not unique. It's not, Manro, it's not unique to the military. It's a common thing in the way that the government is run. And it's irritating to people who just want to be professional and do a job. That we have our existence is essentially at the whim of promotion-chasing bureaucrats. Now, that said, all that complaining done. If you're smart, there are places, like I'm saying, Ren, there are places in the military for everyone. There are units you can be assigned to that would be a perfectly pleasant experience. There are MOSs you can pick where the worst thing you're going to face is an officer being a dick every now and then, and he won't really have the opportunity to put you in any danger. If it's something that you feel you may be forced to do, you may be pressured into, I would just suggest doing your research. Ask questions. Research online. I'll tell you one important thing. Don't trust your recruiter. If you're going in enlisted, don't trust your recruiter. Don't do it. They will fucking lie to you. Yeah, you might get some good old boy recruiter who's going to give you a sweet deal, and, you know, it's definitely good to talk to them. But don't trust them. They are allowed to tell you a remarkable number of very, very questionable things. And don't let anybody pressure you into doing anything in the military either. If you get a job agreed to, and somebody tries to intimidate you, tries to get in your face and shout you into doing a job that you don't want to do before you've signed anything, before you've sworn an oath, don't do it. Don't let them do it. They will try to do that to you. The entire recruitment apparatus for the U.S. military is a very questionable one. You have to have a certain moral flexibility to be a good recruiter. Now, this is, yeah, I hate to be like, you know, popping in with the not all men, but not all recruiters are like that. That's true. Some of them are perfectly decent dudes. But you won't know the difference until it's too late, so don't assume that they are. Just assume that they're being deceitful. And look out for yourself. Trust but verify. Because like those officers I was talking about, they're just looking to get their numbers up. And once you're out of their hair, they'll never have to deal with you again. Do you know how many times I saw the guy who got me into the army after he got me in? Fucking 0 times for the rest of my life. 0. He didn't have to answer for shit. He also fed me to a command sergeant major who tried to yell me into joining a combat arms MOS when I had already signed up for intel. Thankfully, I stood my ground on that one. They tried to pull, like, this whole guilt trip on me, too. Like, they genuinely tried to, well, we drove you up here and we paid for your meals, and now you're gonna be a disgrace. You're not gonna swear your oath if you don't join the Cav Scouts. If you don't do this job, then everything is, and we're gonna punish you, and and just screaming at me, just utter nonsense. And I was just like, no. Nope, nope, nope. I know what I signed up for, and if you're not gonna give it to me, I'm going home. And guess what they did? They gave it to me. And that was just another jackass looking to pad his numbers. He got told by a guy above him that he needed to fill so many slots in a certain MOS, and he picked my name off a list and said, hey, I can probably yell at this kid until he does what I want. And he tried it, and it didn't work. And you know what? He probably tried it on someone else after me, and it did work. Well, Pond Burn, see, there's another thing that you might want to be concerned about with recruiters is getting too friendly with them. Because that's been a problem in the past, too. I'm going to swap out my tropical blue for frost blue. What's this color? Glacier blue. Let me try glacier blue. Maybe that's what I want. Oh, he made a mistake there, Cat. He made the same mistake that they made at Montrose High School when they were like, hey, we should try to recruit this guy for football. The problem being, I don't give any shits at all about your fucking sporty ball games. And that's not gonna work, no. Sorry, pal. Not interested. Yeah, they saw that I have a large frame and that I would probably that I put on muscle very easily and thought, yeah, let's toss him into a fucking meat grinder. Unfortunately, I was not stupid enough to say yes. I'm a dirty, stinking fucking leg and proud of it. I mean, not that proud of it, but glad for it. Of course, I don't think that, like, that's not a Cab Scout thing, that's an airborne thing, but still. Now, I apologize to anyone who thinks that I'm talking shit about combat arms. I'm not. I'm really not. I just, let me just tell you, you would not have wanted me next to you in that job. I was not made for it. I wound up exactly where I belonged. And then, at the end of a term, realized, it really wasn't the place for me. For the last several years of my time in the Army, I considered my MOS to be 99 Zulu or future civilian. How many factions are you building, Thunderhead Studio? Factions for which game specifically, Pondburn? I'm happy to answer. Well, Cat's hot shit, yeah. But that's not what we're asking. I'll tell you what, though, Rogue, I was happy to feed you boys translations all day long. More than happy to point my finger and go, that's the place you should be shooting at. Right over there. By point my finger, I mean send in a report that someone else would then read to you. But you know, my name was on it somewhere. That's something. Such and such is going to be in this hut at this time. He goes by the nickname The Lion, like everyone else. You know, I appreciate that, Sentient Pickle, because I'll just rant. I'll just rant for a while, and I won't even realize I'm doing it until I get myself into a funk. I even said a few minutes ago, like, I'm going to stop talking about this, and I just kept going. Candy Wars, those were dark. Those were dark for Star Wars. So far, I've built some of all four factions. I've got Rebel, I've got Separatist, I have Republic, and I have Imperial. And when it comes to Star Wars, I'm pretty side agnostic. I like Star Wars. I like the stories, I like the characters, and as a result, I end up painting a little bit of everything. Gonna go get some dinner, Cat? Alright, well, you have a good dinner. Hope to see you again before the end of the stream, but if not, have a great night. Chat, could we get a very merry dinner? That's not a saying. Nobody wishes somebody a merry dinner. But can we get a warm see you later for Cat Ion, the mod extraordinaire? Yeah, there are 4 factions in Legion, currently. I don't know if they're gonna bother making the sequel factions in Legion. I kinda hope they don't. I don't know anybody who's into the sequel factions. Like, I know people who are like, fuck yeah, the Clone Wars, yeah, Separatists, yeah, clones. I don't know anyone who's like, man, those First Order Stormtroopers were so cool. Like, maybe they exist. Maybe Iberben is super duper into the First Order, but, that would be news to me. I don't know anybody who really gives a shit about the sequel movies at all. Like a little bit, you know, vaguely, but now that they're over, how often do you hear them being talked about, really? Now that we know where they're going, and where they're going is directly into a fucking dirty hamper. No, but the Resistance is pretty badass. Yeah, like characters. I could talk about, like, you know, Poe Dameron. Okay, sure, yeah, there's a conversation to be had there. Not much of one anymore. Again, it was easier to talk about when we thought it was going somewhere, but now we know for sure it's not going anywhere, so it's like, what's the point? That doesn't count, White Wolf. Really don't know the difference between the factions in the sequels and prequels. Or sequels and OG. Ren Momo, there aren't really many because the sequel factions were just rehashes. Really, really boring rehashes. Sort of like the sequels in general. It's a common theme. The prequel and OG factions are much more distinct. Every time he opens his mouth, yeah. I mean, I don't think hearing them being hated on by someone as obsessed with Star Wars as I am really counts, though. So much of my sequel experience is defined by me getting excited about certain actors being in it or certain characters who never got fully utilized or were squandered. I feel you on that one, Sentient Pickle. Individual characters, like, I think the best performance in all of the sequels was delivered by Adam Driver. I didn't really know who Adam Driver was before the sequel movies happened, and after the sequel movies, I'm like, he's quite an actor, actually. I've wound up watching a number of his other movies, and I really enjoy his performances for the most part. I could give 2 shits about Daisy Ridley. I'm not saying Daisy Ridley's a bad actress. I don't know, really, if she's a good actress or not. I haven't really seen her in anything else, and I didn't really give a shit about her performance in any of the sequel movies. I feel like the prequels engendered, caused, spurred a lot of hate from people. Myself included. I talk shit about the prequels for a long time. But at least they stirred something. You can't even really say that about the sequels. They didn't stir anything. They just made people bored. I could make a movie with Forrest Whitaker and utilize that. That's one of my big... And I know you've heard this complaint before. I know you've heard this complaint before for every time somebody brings up Rogue One, and I'm not going to get off on a whole Rogue One thing. I am going to change my print in just a second. Is that they had Forrest Whitaker in the movie, and they wasted him. And what kills me is go watch the trailers for Rogue One again if you're feeling curious, because there are shots of Forrest Whitaker as a younger Saw Gerrera. There are shots of... You know how that'll happen sometimes. You see a scene in the trailers and it doesn't make it into the movie. Well, there were definitely some scenes with Forrest Whitaker in Rogue One that didn't make it into the movie. Whole scenes of him as a younger Saw doing things. And I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you cut that? Of all the things you could cut out of the movie, why would you cut out unquestionably the best actor that you have. With one of the most compelling roles that is going to bring in the most love from the most famous and most beloved properties, those being, the Clone Wars. Even at the lead-up to it, when Rebels was on, they were really playing up the Saw Gerrera angle. They featured him in Rebels and had a bunch of Rogue One content. And then when he's in the movie, he's in it for like 5 minutes, and at the end of his role in the movie is him going, I'm tired of being alive, I think I'm just going to die. Come on, man. You gotta work with me a little bit here. But they would not, in fact, work with me. I'm going to try to do a little bit of work on the front of her helmet, get my free-handed starting here in a minute. Free-handed. Free-handing! It should be sentient. I'm going to trade that out really quick. One moment. Alright, let me see if this will work now. What do I do with that evaporator? There it is. Moisture evaporator here. And does it work? It does. I'll be damned. Look at that. This is the full evaporator for the... I need to break that off. That's a built-in support. But this is the full-sized evaporator with the tank bottom for my Lothal table. Minus the mast and the fin top, of course. But it prints in these two parts. Slots together. I don't know why the other one was too large. I printed one and it fit successfully, but then when I went back to it, it was a larger size than the other bottom pegs, so I don't know what the deal was there. My file must have got fucked up somehow. Moisture evaporators. I'll have to do 11 more of those. Oh, there's so many evaporators. Yeah, I agree, Ren, that the way to make a sequel faction is to do essentially what they did in the original trilogy, which is reverse them again. Like how the Republic became the Empire. I don't know. I don't know anymore, you guys. I just know that I want Dave Filoni to do as much Star Wars content as he possibly can. In Filoni, we trust. I trust, anyway. No, I'm good. But thank you. Dave Filoni gets Star Wars better than any man alive, as far as I can tell. And I would like him to continue doing more and more and more of it. And yeah, he's a big cheesy goofball. A big cornball. The man is. And that's exactly what Star Wars needs. It doesn't need to be super serious. It doesn't need to be reduced to gritty war drama. That's not the point of Star Wars. Like, if you want to have those properties as side properties, that's cool. You know, make them. Make it all. Make everything. The more Star Wars, the happier I'll be. This is going to get a blue wash to kind of blend that in a bit more later. But, don't make that the direction it all goes in, please, for my sake. Now, it looks like the front of her helmet is kind of an off-white color, so I'm going to go to a skeleton bone. Yes, as my base. How would you feel if Netflix rebooted the Battletech cartoon? I would shit my britches. I would be so happy. Netflix, their cartoons have been pretty excellent for the most part. Yeah, just take my money. Like, at this point, though, give me any BattleTech content, because we can't afford to be picky with BattleTech. We can't be like, oh, well, I want such and such to work on it, but not such and such. It's like, just give me anything. It can be complete shit, as far as I care. And you know what it'll be better than? Nothing. It'll be better than the nothing that we've had for decades. Though, if we are being super picky, then set it in 3025, please. And pretend the clans don't exist. Or at the very least, just set it early enough that we don't have to acknowledge the clans. But that's just me. I know most people want clan content. I don't really have a problem with the clans as antagonists. I just really prefer the more desperate, bleak storylines that happened before them, when there was sort of an unspoken foregone conclusion that no matter what happens, everyone's fucked anyway. Like, here we are on this planet, and we're fighting over some resources, or we're fighting over an old Star League tech cache, or we're fighting over a dropship, or whatever it is that we're fighting over, or we have a contract to protect a village, blah, 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 what have you. But there's this sort of tacit implication that no matter how successful you are, right now, in your lifetime even, the whole universe is ultimately circling the drain. And nothing is going to change that. That's my favorite time in BattleTech lore. I don't know what that says about me. There's no great renewal coming. There's nothing but a slow downward slide. Fewer battle mechs every year. Until there will be none. I get why that doesn't excite people as much. It's the Mad Max in space aspect of BattleTech that always appealed to me. But again, I was a fan of the initial storyline from Battle Droids before they revised it, back when one of the leading premises was nobody knows how to make battle mechs anymore. And then they immediately were like, well, we know how to make some battle mechs. Oh, okay, fine. Really, you just learned that today, Kursala? Well, I mean, if you just read it, if you only read the word, I can see why you might think that. Tack it. Tack it implication. Tack it approval. Tack it Ronin. Like a tail end of Third Succession War 3025, the Fourth Succession War 30... Yeah, I mean, there is a whole lot of content to work with in there, too. And, you know, you've still got Wolf's Dragoons, so it's not like you can't have any foreboding clan action going on. You can, you know, have the characters turn to the screen every now and then and wring their hands and have some sinister music come on, or include some vague implication about the coming threat. I don't know. You know, honestly, I'm probably not the guy to ask. Because I'm not a fan of the clans. But you guys know that by now. Alright, the pattern on her helmet is cray-cray. Let me pull up a closer picture of it. Now, she had one pattern as far back as the Clone Wars, but by the time we see her in Rebels, it has evolved significantly. And really, even at the end of the Clone Wars, she had already adopted the more, ooh, I see what I did wrong on this. It has like a feathered thing on the edge. Well, that's easy enough to do. Somebody has to have a close-up picture of just the pattern on the helmet, right? Come on. It's like a bird thing she has going on. This is like a 2D rendering of it, which actually is fairly helpful. That's not bad. Let's open you up. Eventually, I'm going to have to paint Sabine Wren, which is... it may literally kill me. Because her armor is just insane! Alright, I can work with this. Oh, hey, thank you, Crossbow Roof. Or this poon! I assume that wasn't what you were trying to say. That is almost precisely the one that I had pulled up. Crossbow Roof. Oh, that's a good one. I like that second one. Thank you. I'm going to use brown liner for the top details. That's the idea, Sentient Pickle. Wish me luck. I'm going to do... I'm better at freehanding when I'm not trying to stay on camera. Which sounds like an excuse, but you guys have seen some of my freehand that I've done. It's not all terrible. Pardon me. And, you know, I'll try to do a little bit of it on stream, though, for you, because I figure it'll be entertaining to watch me fuck up. And I figure if I really mess up the helmet, I can just... I'll just recoat it, and I'll paint it again when you guys aren't looking. Hey, Order 66 Designs, thank you so much for saying so. By the way, I would assume Order 66 Designs is, the very Order 66 Designs I got this file from. If you guys haven't checked out his store on Gumroad, you really should. He's got some very fine work on there. Alright, so I'm going to start off with this little slash here to give myself some... just a reference point. Yeah, it's a good start. I'm hoping that they wind up looking good, Order 66. I've had to put off painting them for a little while. But now that I'm digging into them, I'm feeling pretty good about them. The rest of the Mandalorians I'm going to do is just sort of like generic Clan Kryze backup for Bo-Katan. Straighten that out. Needs more of an angle to it. The whole thing needs more of an angle to it. I can widen this. It's a little off center, isn't it? Oh, I can correct that. Yeah, I've seen some of the new accessories you've got coming out, Order 66, and I really, really like the way that these models are put together, and the fact that using the same bodies, you can just release some new accessories, and you can effectively have all new Mandalorians to paint. It's a very clever approach to 3D sculpting that I think more artists should take. It's embracing what they learned about molding and casting models a long time ago for their multi-part figures. I say they. Not really talking about anyone in specific, except for like maybe Games Workshop, who have been embracing the multi-pose figure for a long time. Start that one over. Still a bit off. If I can get my center line somewhat straight, I'll be able to kind of base everything else off of that. Of course, even that's going to prove to be a challenge. In fact, I'm just going to wipe these two out entirely and start over a little. Freehand like this always takes me a long time, you guys. It just does. Because you gotta do a little bit, and then look at it and go, nah, it's fucked up, and then correct it. And then do a little bit, and be like, nah, it's fucked up, and then correct it. Nah, you just keep doing that, and eventually you get something that looks pretty decent. There are guys out there who can just slop down some paint on some freehand to make it look really good, but I'm not one of them yet. Darth Maul's next on the list, then modular clone stormtroopers default. Dude, some fucking modular stormtroopers I would be so excited to have. I really would. Biggest problem with the more recent fiction is that it fails to connect with me. I have no care in the world for any of the characters like I did with 3025, 3068. Yeah, I feel that. I do. It feels alien to me. Decent start. Of course, coming at it from this angle is going to be fun since the antenna's in the way. Yeah, I can see that Order 66. They're very similar. In fact, they have fewer armor pieces than the clones do. I'm gonna wind up having to repaint the antenna after I do this. That's okay, it has a whole 2 colors on it. Why did I angle that so much? I can fix it like this. There we go. I'll try to equal this out. That's looking okay from the front. When I'm gonna reopen Thunderskunk recruit, I'm getting your Thunderskunk done before I accept any other Thunderskunks, O'Coral. I refuse to move on with Thunderskunk until that fucking Annihilator has been annihilated. I look forward to what you come out with next Order 66. I think I was telling you the other day, you just did the blurgs with the Mandalorian Riders, right? And I'd love to see some blurgs with Stormtrooper Riders, because I'd love to use those as dewbacks instead of, well, you know, dewbacks. So if you wind up doing some Stormtroopers, please give me some Stormtrooper blurg Riders. Are you not familiar with Clan Thunderskunk? Feels like such an old joke at this point. How long it's been since I dealt with that damn skunk.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you
sorry.
may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
That's a little bit more of an angle on one side than on the other, but not too bad. Clean it up with some white. It's called a sledgehammer. I'd take it out and test out my new chainsaw on it. See what a chainsaw does to a resin mini. I'm sure that'll be colorful. If I touch the next set, it would be simple to swap. That's what I was thinking, is you already have the blurgs. And in theory, you already have the poses, for the most part, for the Mandalorians. And if you just made them into Stormtroopers, oh man, I'd love that. I said, I'm doing a Rebels-specific force for both Empire and well, I mean, again, it sounds weird when I say that. The show Rebels-specific force for my Galactic Civil War. So, blurgs would be most appropriate. We didn't have Stormtroopers riding blurgs on Lothal, but we did have blurgs in Rebels. So, you know, it would work. We didn't have dewbacks either. Any compliment about the clans, preferably Jade Falcon, but any will do. Option to say something positive about the clans as a whole. Wish I could do this to text to see him squirm. Soulsworn. Did you use contrast paints for the base coat? No, Soulsworn. I did not. I don't. For the most part, I don't use contrast paints. I did a similar technique on the undercoating of the black undersuit, which doesn't have any highlighting on it yet. But it was just using Vallejo gray liner that was thinned down. And then I did a black wash, so I kind of undid most of my work, but I want to highlight it up by hand. By the way, how you doing, Soulsworn? It's good to see you. I used multiple helmets, Order 66. I figured by this point they'd be kind of generalist. These are the other two primaries that I'm going to be working on, and then I've got a third one coming together for the squad. But I went with the pointy helmet front because I figured that it was mostly ladies who had that. I guess the Mandalorians are, they've got chick armor. I don't know what their deal is stylistically. I'm gonna do it, WJ. I'm gonna do it. But, now, this is one thing, since I got you here, Order 66, I wanted to show you something that I did with your model. This one, when put up, now I printed these all in single piece, which may not have been your intent. But, I put a little base at the bottom of the two jet plumes here, which helped to stabilize them because I did one print without those and it didn't work out as well. And then what I did was I rotated the model sitting on top of the plumes so that the foot contacted one of them, and then I added a couple, and I just did this in 3D Builder. I didn't even mix it with like Mesh Mixer or anything. I just added a couple of spheres here to extend the plume to also connect it with her foot. So this one foot is now touching both of these plumes, and the model is much more stable. Just altogether much more stable. It creates a nice little triangle connection right here. A connection between the two here and a connection between the two at the bottom. I don't know if that's something that you want to work with on your side, because people can do it by themselves with the STLs, but it's something to consider. Compliment about the clans. They don't have nice tech, though. I think their tech is silly. I don't like Omnipods. I don't like Omnimechs. I don't like double heat sinks. Cool color schemes. You know what? And yes, this is perfect, because Clan Jade Falcon specifically has a really, really cool series of color schemes. And you know me, I don't like camo. I don't like camo. And you know what? Okay, good thing about the clans. Good thing about Jade Falcon. Jade Falcon specifically, awesome fucking color schemes. Really, really cool, bright colors. And leading into that, the fact that the clans aren't very sneaky. They're not sneaky at all. Whereas a lot of the Inner Sphere pilots would tend to sneak up on you and use numerical advantages, the clans believed in dueling. Now, I think it's stupid that the clans believed in dueling with only ranged weapons and didn't touch melee combat at all. I feel like that's backwards. But I like their tendency towards individual duels rather than mass combat. I like their honor system. Honestly, as far as the clans go, it's mostly their technology that I have a problem with. Not exclusively, but mostly. The specifics of the clans don't upset me as much as the role that they played within the overall meta universe. The monkey wrench that they threw into the setting of the Inner Sphere. Post-Succession War. Yeah, those look pretty decent. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do these stupid eyes. I'm gonna start off trying to do this beak. And I can kind of do the eyes around that, I think. Bo-Katan actually had a bit of a deeper widow's peak on her helmet than this one has, but that's not a big deal. We'll have to be a little creative. Oh no, are we gonna have to be creative? Oh god, you guys! If I wasn't watching you paint this with my own eyes, I'd never believe that wasn't contrast and you weren't airbrushing. So I airbrush my primer and I do a zenithal. But all the coloration I do by hand. Soulsworn. And thank you so much for saying so, that means a lot. I'll tell you, Soulsworn, you stick around, I'll show you how to do it. It's not really that hard once you kind of get into the flow. The more I learn, the more I like the Falcons. Bobby would be an elemental. Dude, Bobby would be like queen of the elementals. So I want to make this whole triangle, and then I want to take the... Just realized her beak is a little bit like a uterus shape to it also. I wonder if there's something to that. Dedaris. Am I reading that right? I'm not seeing my alerts properly for whatever reason, because my bot ain't working right. Dedaris, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Now, I thought I'd let some people know, because we got Order 66 here, who, got about 10% battery left. Can't wait to see the end result. Thanks for again. Dude, Order 66, thank you so much for stopping in to watch me paint some of your excellent work. That means a lot, dude. And honestly, guys, go check out Order 66 on Gumroad. The guy has a lot of really, really cool files. But since we got a couple new people in the chat, I'm going to go ahead and plug the Storm Report one more time if it doesn't bother you guys terribly. And even if it does bother you, guess what? I'm going to do it anyway. Sorry. But we have a pretty cool bit here on the stream for those of you who are painters or creatives of any type, known as the Storm Report, which is at the end of every stream. We go over to Discord and we take a look at pictures that you guys have been sharing with us. It's like an audience share segment. It's a lot of fun. We have a good time with it. And if you're new to the stream and you paint miniatures or really do anything creative, I'd love it if you'd participate. It's really just kind of a way to sort of keep up on what everybody's doing over the course of these streams. Because you guys get to watch me progress, but I like to watch you progress too. And all you have to do to participate is go over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked the Storm Report, and post up to 3 pictures. We do limit it to 3, because we've had a few that have gone pretty damn long. This actually needs more on that side. And then at the end of the stream, specifically, in about 25 minutes, we're going to be going over to the Storm Report, and we'll take a look at what you posted. And if you're interested in commentary, you can get some. If you're just interested in sharing, there's nothing wrong with that either. We don't have to give criticism. We don't have to give feedback. Sometimes you just want to share. I get that. But we have people who do miniature painting, we have people who do cross-stitch, we have people who do 3D design, we have people who do almost everything in this chat. Honestly, I am floored by the diversity of creatives that show up for this stream. It's more than I rightly deserve. Getting to see the work that some of you guys put into your hobbies, or in some cases your businesses. We have business people in here too. Don Draper? No, that's not. No, not Don Draper. Don Draper in power armor. My God. Ooh, that'd actually be kind of sexy, wouldn't it? Huh. This better not awaken anything in me.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
John Hamm will awaken. There was a meme going around a few years back that still I think of, which is just John Hamm. His face is better than yours. And, yeah, unfortunately his face is better than mine. Clan Trouser Snake. Great job, Trouser Snake. It was fumbles. It was always fumbles. I want to, like... I imagine somebody in this chat knows what I'm referencing when I say that. I don't want to be like, I reference things that are so super duper obscure. I feel like that one in particular maybe is a bit of a deep cut. I don't know. Feel free to correct me. It was always fumbles. Thank you, Soulsworn. I knew I liked you for a reason. Fumbles. And then they get horrified because he's killing people. Like, what are you doing? You can't really kill people! Steiner's not wrong. Only 3.5 hours of scrubbing, but it was the first gift I got from my wife many moons ago. No, and I actually give it the paint job it deserves. Mortarion, huh? That'll be something to see. That's a hell of a model, dude. Oops, that might have been a bit much. No, not necessarily. Ends up being pretty narrow. Great job, Trouser Snake. And then, yes, he murders all the Joes. It's a great episode. It really is. That's what she said. My name's Steiner Miniatures, and I tell jokes all the time. And I sound like this, apparently. Why are you curling up parchment paper? You shouldn't be curling up. You're fresh and new, and this thing has a lot of moisture in it. Oh, I think I see why. I'll have to correct that later. stay down for now, and I'll fix you later. The edge is just a bit too long for my wet palette. Happens sometimes. How you doing, Steiner? You streaming tonight, man? Needs a higher angle. And now I can cut that down. Got a Russian Air Force MRE. What is it, borscht? Stomach hurts a tad, ate like 20 wings last... What the... What? I'm doing okay. My stomach hurts a little bit. I ate way too many hot wings last night. What are you, like 22? Come on. Yeah, vodka? MRE is just vodka, yeah? I need to measure out the top a bit. Please do let me know if I'm going off camera, because I tend to zoom really close into my face when I'm doing this. Firestarter, thank you for the reminder to check my posture, though. That gets pretty bad. Reptar! Reptar 033. Well, that takes me back a little bit. Coral and Machine God. Ooh. Thank you so much for the follow, Reptar. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing? How are things? Know that you never have to answer any of my questions, but I'm just going to ask, are you a miniature painter? It is Machine God. No, it's the blood of my enemies. Oh, okay, fine. Fine. Only because I'm a good sport. I understand that, Reptar. When I first got started streaming here on Twitch, I noticed that pretty much if you're looking for miniature painting, it's going to be Games Workshop. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I get it. They're generally available. They're very, very popular. They're having new releases all the time. Warhammer 40k is a big deal. Have I painted any Games Workshop on this stream? There are a few guys who have been here nearly since the beginning. Have I painted any? Yeah, Fang and Claw Hobbies, you're different, dude. Some of the Warhammer I've seen you painting is fucking crazy. No, I don't think I have. Okay, I say some of the Games Workshop. I've only seen you painting Archeon, and you've been working on him for a while. Hethrir. See, it's funny, because other people won't necessarily get that Hethrir, but I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your patience. I keep saying I'm going to. I've got some kill teams I keep meaning to work on, but no, for the most part, I work on Star Wars and Battletech and a couple of other smaller properties. I've done a little bit of Heavy Gear. I've done a little bit of Revelations. I haven't felt the urge to work on Games Workshop for a good long time, though. Ooh. What's up? GM Smithers? Is that what I keep covering up my alert box. Sorry about that. GM Smithers, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. No Batman miniatures or Moonstone? Now, I haven't painted any Batman miniatures on here. That doesn't mean I don't paint Batman miniatures. I did a Birds of Prey team not long ago that actually pretty pleased with. This was some of the better magenta and flesh tones that I've done, though I did this a while ago. It's been a long time since I've touched Batman minis. But yeah, I did a full Birds of Prey team that I think came out pretty good. I'm not going to show off all of them, but I did have my 2 favorites here, which, man, I've gotten better at faces since I did Black Canary, and I kind of feel like I need to revisit her, because she looks like a bit of a freak. I did not do an awesome job on her face. But, yeah, you know, she came out okay. This is not my favorite Black Canary costume either, but, you know, you kind of have to take what you can get. Though, this was before I started 3D printing. I don't know if there's much DC available for 3D printing, but it's something that I could do, I realize. I've still got a bunch of Flash models I haven't painted. I've still got, the Flash, Reverse Flash, and the Black Flash that came. I don't know, was he limited edition? Reptar, if you play Batman miniatures, do you know if the Black Flash was limited edition with the... Oh, this is the wrong brush. Was limited edition with the Flash Arrow source book, or did they start selling him afterwards? Because I've got him sitting on a shelf over there, next to my Black Manta, and I just haven't painted him yet. Maybe we should do that at some point. Do some DC. That could be fun. I'm a DC guy at the end of the day. I've done some Marvel Crisis Protocol on here, but I'm painting those for a friend. And actually, I don't know if I've shown you guys my Captain America since we got him finished, but I'm really quite happy with how he turned out. You guys got to watch me paint this boy mostly on stream. I only did some touch-ups on his face and leather after the fact. But I'm really very happy with where we landed on him. I'm even happy with his eyes, if you can see him. I said I wasn't going to paint his eyes, and then I did. And, yeah. I like him, though. I think it's the best of the Marvel minis that I've painted. Thank you, Fang and Claw. I'm sitting here doing, like, really, really shaky little bits of freehand, and Fang and Claw's over here like, oh, let me just throw together some freehand flames on the bottom of this shield real quick. Let me just paint some glowing runes that are gonna blow your fucking mind. No. He does really, really good work, but freehand is not my forte. It's something I'm trying to do more of. I'm trying to do more of it specifically on stream, because I feel like it's probably more entertaining to watch than by rote, paint-by-numbers stuff. I know I've enjoyed watching other people do it. I'll tell you, Fang and Claw, it's hard to do on stream for me, because when I paint freehand... Oh, no, I'm kidding, Fang and Claw. You do amazing fucking work, and we have a thing here. That's probably inaccurate to say. I try to encourage a mindset in painting where we don't compare our work to other people's in a negative way. It's not a good experience for anybody, and it doesn't help you get better as a painter. But it's good to be inspired by other people's work, and I can say that I find your work, Fang and Claw, very inspirational. Nope, come on. Need to moisten that a bit. Alright, I can work with that. Absolutely. That's just the truth. I try not to blow too much smoke. We got a couple follows just recently. I don't know if you guys have been sticking around for the whole stream, or if you just showed up. Or if you guys just like watching mini painting, or if you're mini painters yourselves, but I'm going to take one more opportunity because we're coming up on doing what we call the Storm Report here in about 10 minutes. And I love it when people feel like participating, particularly their first time in the stream in the Storm Report. It's one of my favorite things. If you have some pictures of some miniatures, or really anything creative you've been working on that you feel like sharing, that you want to get out there, that you want people to see, the Storm Report's the perfect place for it. It's easy to participate. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by typing !Discord in the chat to get a link. and then going into the channel marked The Storm Report in said Discord and posting up to 3 pictures. And then we'll be taking a look at all the pictures in that channel here in just about 10 minutes is when it's going to close off. We do it every stream, and honestly, it's one of my favorite parts of the stream. It's really, I think, aided the sense of community that I get out of our Discord and out of the viewers in this chat, because I'm able to more easily follow. Because, I mean, the Discord, it moves fairly fast, and I try to keep up with everything everybody's posting, but I've got a lot of my own shit to do, and it doesn't always happen. Unless somebody tags me specifically. But the Storm Report kind of gives me a few minutes to really focus on what you guys are doing and kind of follow your own progress through your own projects, and I really enjoy it. I do. Hell, these days the Storm Report's so popular that we even do it during gaming nights. We've had some gaming nights here on the stream. It's been every Thursday for the last couple of weeks, and we're sort of continuing forward with that. But we still do Storm Reports on those nights, because people, you know, want to post.
Welcome,
like
everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. It's important.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just don't show me your dick. It's a simple request. I want to see what you got, but I don't want to see your junk. And I don't mean to say that you don't have a very handsome set of genitalia. It's entirely possible that you do. It's just that this isn't the place for it, you know? We are on the internet, and I'm asking you to send me pictures, so it is probably important that we delineate not those pictures. Not much more cleanup required on this beak. I think that's actually looking pretty good. Plus, Cat really doesn't want to see it. I mean, nobody does, but it's extra important that Cat not see it, because if she abandons me, I'm pretty fucked. Like, this stream will just fall apart. It'll be terrible.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
I've just undone a lot of my work right there. Wow. Good on me. Like I told you before, it's one of the reasons I don't like to do freehand as much on stream, because if you watch me do it, you're gonna see me do the same thing over and over again, like 10, 15 times. Because that's the only way I get it to the point I want it. I'm like, let me fool with this bit. Oh, that looks good. Let me fool with this bit. Oh, I fucked it up. Let me fool with this bit again. Like, I just keep doing it. Just over and over. But eventually, you wind up with something that looks okay. You just can't be afraid of making mistakes. By the way, Dark Fox and/or Cat Ion, I'm sure you're more on top of this than I am, but we should be closing off the Storm Report here in just about 5 minutes. It's not as straight as I'd like it to be. That's closer. Just needs a wee little bits of cleanup. Soulsworn with the follow. I like that interaction right there. I like that we talked a little bit before you get. I'm not saying anybody who comes in and lurks and then follows isn't welcome. Y'all are welcome. Just like the Soulsworn came in and we talked a little bit, and he thought to himself, "Huh, all right, yeah, I'll give this guy a follow." Soulsworn, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. Because I know I am. As a relatively new tabletop player miniature painter, this is pretty inspirational stuff. Soulsworn, I hope. Honestly, that's one of the greatest compliments someone can give, is letting me know that this is inspirational to a new painter or a new player. And I hope that it continues to be so. I hope that you find these streams helpful. I hope that you find the Discord helpful. And not just to push my own shit like I want bigger numbers on my Discord, I would encourage you to check out the Thunderhead Studio Discord, because we have a very active and very talented community of painters, modelers, printers, all sorts of things. And we have a lot of help channels, and we just added a tutorial channel. I go there when I want advice on things, honestly. It's a great resource, and I think you could get a lot of good information there. I am blessed with an excellent community. And I hope that it can be a help to you. Because, man, getting started in miniature painting, it feels like there's so much to learn. It really does. And I mean, to a degree, there is. A lot of it is simpler than you might expect. But there are a lot of things also that don't seem obvious. That once you learn them, you're like, oh yeah, duh. But afterwards, or rather beforehand, it doesn't jump right out at you. It's kind of an idiosyncratic discipline. And, every now and then I'll ask you guys what the hell it is I should be doing on my stream, so you can get some input, too, if you want. Watch the Painting Guild series and pretty much everything from Painting Buddha. These are good. These are good resources. And, if I could recommend one thing as far as painting goes, and learning painting in particular, it's try everything. Try everything you see. If you see someone do a thing while painting, and you're like, well, that looks interesting. Just try it. You might hate it. It might not work for you. Particularly being new to painting, there's no right way. There's no right way to paint a model. There's really no wrong way to paint a model. There are ways that you like and ways that you don't like, but you're not going to figure out what those are unless you try them. And you try everything, and if you don't like it, you don't do it. And if you do like it, fucking roll with it. And that's how you develop your own style. Everybody, the best painters in the world, if you look at them, they don't all paint the same. They paint very differently. They have their own unique styles, their own unique ways of thinking about things, approaching things. Some take longer, some take less time. Some people like spending more time on an individual mini. Some people like just pound it out, like 30 at a time. Figure out what works for you, man. Like I said, there's no wrong answer, there's no right answer. There are as many ways to paint as there are people painting. I don't know if I'm going to get this beak to look any better than this. I feel like maybe this is the point at which I should stop painting the beak and start working on the eyes. Because I've got this whole area to work with now for the eye, and it's all separated nicely. It's relatively well centered. I think I can work with this. And clean up the edge of the blue a little bit, just to give myself a little bit of a glimpse at where we are. And also, if you have any questions, I always welcome questions in this chat. I can't guarantee I'll always see every single one of them. I can't guarantee I'm going to have a good answer for you. I can't even guarantee that I'm going to sound coherent when I'm trying to answer you. But, If nothing else, I might be able to direct you someplace that can answer your question. I always try, you know? I always try. It is just about time for the Storm Report. So let's take a look at what we've done for today. And yes, what Hethrir says is also very accurate and important. Painting has plateaus. I'm kind of at one of them right now, if I'm being honest. I haven't painted anything in a while that I felt like, wow, I really pushed the envelope. It's one of the reasons I started streaming, and one of the reasons I enjoy having you guys here as much as I do, is because sometimes I'll paint something, I'll be like, this looks like shit and I hate it, and somebody else will say, no, it actually looks really good, and I like how you did that one thing. And it helps me kind of get out of my own head. Because you can really get lost in your own bullshit painting. If all you're looking at is your own stuff, it can get rough. Let's take a look at what we've done so far today on Bo-Katan. I think she's coming together pretty decently. The gray all needs highlighting, the brown all needs highlighting, the blue has some decent highlights on it, but it still needs a little bit of work. I'd say we got her about halfway done today. And we started, obviously, on the helmet patterns, which, as you can see, I got the easiest parts of the patterning, I think, done, and now I need to do the two bird eyes off to either side. I could stop here and be like, oh, this is Bo-Katan in the Clone Wars, and technically it wouldn't be inaccurate, but I want to try to do the bird eyes. We'll see how they work out. It really makes her distinctly Bo-Katan, you know? Now, this little beak is common to a lot of Clan Kreis, I'm noticing, so I'm going to be doing this on a number of the other miniatures, which is why I kind of spent some time figuring out the dimensions of it, because I'm going to repeat that on the other minis to go along with her. I think the blue came out nice. I think it could use a little bit of work, but the overall tone of it is pretty good. I never am quite sure how to highlight the visors of these helmets. On the clones, I do a little vertical white line down the center of it, because that's always how they were in the CG for the movies, and even in the Clone Wars. You get the two reflected white lines going straight down. The glare. I think that's probably what I'll do for her, is like one white line going down the center. Every technique is like a tool in my tool belt, just kind of tinkering with tools I got. So yeah, exactly, it's Sentient Pickle. You take what works and you leave what doesn't. And don't try to force anything to work. Like, it's only very recently I've started to do a little bit of non-metallic metal technique. It's something I've put off a lot over the course of my painting career. But, like, I'm still not even very... I'm not very good at non-metallic metal. It's just something that I utilize sometimes. I'm a pretty big fan of true metallic metals, but I've done a little bit of it. Like here on Cap Shield, and on the gold parts of Baron Zemo. And, you know, I've been painting for years, and it's only recently I've felt like doing this. So, you know, take techniques and use them as you feel them, as you want to. Don't ever force yourself to learn anything, because I don't think it's not going to stick if it's forced, you know? Yeah, Steiner loves his NMM. And have I shown you guys the work I've done on Chopper? I don't know if I have. He needs a little bit more.
I painted on some metallics.
Ooh.
Bitches love metallics.
They love metallics. He needs a little bit more work and a couple more details here and there, and then I got to get his base done up. But I'm really, considering I sculpted this guy in Fusion 360, made a couple poses, printed one out here at home for like cents in resin, like I'm really happy with this miniature. I was going to do just the one from Imperial Assault, but honestly, I'm not super happy with the details on that one. It's not as crisp, and it's a little small. It's not scaled very well to Legion, so I wound up just making my own. I think the orange came out particularly nice, but he needs a bit more work. Yeah, and Sentient Pickle makes a very good point that I will make sometimes in regard to non-metallic metals. Non-metallic metals, particularly when you do a lot of them on a single miniature, they lean into what's called the golden angle. And if you're new to miniature painting, you may not be familiar with this term. If you look it up, it's defined all over the place. But the golden angle it's very self-descriptive. It's the angle at which your paint job looks the best. And you're going to find this with every miniature that you paint. There's one angle, maybe two angles, maybe three, that just look the best. All the details line up. It's based not just on the paint job you do, but on the pose of the figure a lot of the time. And when you're taking pictures of minis, which, again, you're going to find taking pictures of minis is almost as difficult, if not more difficult, than painting them in the first place. You're going to be searching for that golden angle. Now, non-metallic metals need the golden angle, in my opinion. I have seen very few non-metallic metal paint jobs that don't rely heavily on the golden angle. True metallic metal relies less on it. You can get away with more angles because it has some genuine shine to it. Hello, Hardy1247, how you doing? Pour myself a little bit more wine, and, let's see. Cat? Remind me, Cat. What time is it again?
All right, locusts and gentlemex, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
And let's roll right on over and get started. Mr. Nasty time. 100%, but I mostly paint display stuff anymore. I don't care for making armies anymore. You know, Steiner, and I go through phases on that too. Like, sometimes I'm like, I want to paint a whole army, and other times I'm like, I really just want to paint the heroes. It's part of the reason I'm doing Legion now, is because the squads are so small. Like, I can rattle off some stormtroopers and then focus on, like, painting my heroes. I have to actually pull up the window so I can see what I'm doing. I'm not at the top. What does that mean? Who's not at the top? Is that a mini decanter? Yes, it is. I haven't peeked. When I peek, everybody in this stream is gonna feel it. There's like 10 submissions. Oh, yeah, no, I'm gonna scroll. Okay, I see what you mean, White Wolf. I'm gonna scroll up. Gosh. Just found your post on Reddit and came over to have a look. Currently in the process of building a 40k diorama. Hardy1247, what are you building, man? I'm curious. I love a good diorama. Okay, now I'm at the top. Are you happy, White Wolf? Maybe I was trying to ignore Kursala. You don't know. Legion has become Hero Hammer.
Box, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
I saw you say that before, Rogue 19K, and I don't disagree with you. They have implemented some features to move away from that in the form of the cheap generic commanders, and from what I've heard, they're going to be leaning into that more with all the factions. So you may want to keep an eye on the game as it continues to develop, because I think a lot of people have had that complaint. Heroes are too expensive. Now, that said, Star Wars is a very hero-centric property. You think Star Wars, and yeah, you'll think of, some clones and some Stormtroopers, but mostly who are you going to think about? Even if you're thinking about clones, you're going to think about Captain Rex. You're thinking about Jedi, you're going to think about Obi-Wan Kenobi, or Luke Skywalker, or Anakin Skywalker. You think about Sith, you're not thinking about the Sith organization for the most part, you're thinking about Darth Vader. The stories are very hero-centric, so I feel like at the very least, that fits with the theme. It wouldn't surprise. I would cry. I would cry if you truly thought that about me, Kursala. That's terrible. It's only a small build for now. This is my first terrain build in preparation for my larger 3-foot square board I'm readying myself for. Could I send you a link to an image of it if you like? You know what? I would like to do something. Dark Fox and or Cat, you guys closed off submissions to the Storm Report. Would you do me a favor and allow Hardy1247 to post an image? Because I'd love to see it. Hardy, I'll tell you what you can do. You can go to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can get a link for by hitting !Discord right now. And then go into the channel called the Storm Report and post the picture there. Because that way we could all have a look at it. And if you're unable to do that for some reason, if you don't have a Discord, that's fine too. I would encourage you to make one. It's a great, great platform. If you can't make it in by the end of this Storm Report, I'd love to see it in the next one. Does Legion have walkers? It does, WJ. Well, it has the ATST at any rate. The Juggernaut would be way too big, WJ. The Juggernaut would take up half the damn table. It has ATSTs and ATRTs so far. An AT-AT, again, would be way too big. Way too big. The scale is just, it needs to be a little bit more compact. An AT-AT would be like, you would need so much space to even make sense out of it. It couldn't if it were standing on the table, it couldn't angle its weapons down to any of the people standing beneath it. Excellent, Hardy. I look forward to seeing it. Alright, I should probably actually do the Storm Report now. What do you guys say? Think we should take a look? Let's get started. Hang on. I know I just said that, and then immediately I'm like, wait a second, but let me move some crap out of my way so I can shift my position here. You'd think with, last stream, it was a game stream, we were playing Dead Space, and we finished off Titanfall 2. Last stream, I hit 250 hours streamed on Twitch, which seems like a lot. I know there's some gents out there who stream themselves who are like, whatever, I hit 250 hours fucking, 8 years ago. But that's a lot of time that I've spent on here. Ugh. It's under my desk. What am I putting my feet in? Hopefully it's nothing dead. Chair won't roll. Oh, let me just relax a little bit. I've been sitting forward too long. I'm just going to lean back. Oh, God, okay. Chaotic gets 250. Dude, Chaotic streams like... I think Chaotic's streaming more than he's just living his life. Chaotic Harmony streams like every fucking day for like 10 hours. That's crazy. Oh, and a day's work. Fine.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's accurate. You guys just want to shit all over my accomplishments. You know what? Fine. Stream over. We're not... The Thunderhead Studio is done. We're not streaming anymore. Okay, we'll still stream. I'm lying. I'm being a drama queen. Alright, let's actually go into the Storm Report now. What do you say? Getting started with Kursala. Hang on, let me read what he wrote here. Probably not very temporary setup for my FDM printer, which is fixed again, for now. I used a curtain rod and associated mounting brackets to hang the spools from the lower shelf. The filament fed through the grate up through the extruder. God, this is way more organized than mine is. This is way more organized than mine is. Hey, Cat Ion, good to see you. I need me a Mortarian Steiner Miniatures. You're gonna have to pry that one out of his cold, dead hands, I think. Anycubic i3 Mega. That's a good-looking setup you got there. I like how you've done the filament. That's pretty clever. Occupying that unfinished basement, it looks like. I don't have enough... Yeah, that's how the stream's gonna end. I'm just gonna stand up, I'm gonna drop trowel, and we're gonna roll the commercial. No, don't sit Cat on me. Like, that's one of my actual fears. I don't... That's it, WJ. We're gonna violate the rule. We're gonna throw the rule out the goddamn window.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
What are you even talking about, White Wolf? Everything's on camera. This is a really nice setup, though. Really nicely done, Kursala. It's always good to see more people getting more and more 3D printing done. I need to do something like this and separate my spool from the actual printer. I don't like how much weight that it puts on the overall frame, but I'm kind of holding off on any major overhauls to the printer until I can get the Ender 5 Plus, because then this printer is going to go to another spot, the Plus is going to go over here, and then I can do something more permanent. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Kursala. After using it for a few hours, turns out that it's not going to be temporary. I like how that works out, isn't it? You try something out, and you're like, yeah, this will work for now, and then a year goes by, and that's just how you do it from that point on. Unless someone comes stomping down the stairs while it's printing. Oh, good solid stairs. Glad to hear it. Moving down, we have something here from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Rio Hassenpfeffer. Who are you in chat? Are you in chat? I don't recognize the name. I recognize you from Cat's Discord. What do we got here? I know I'll probably just make some enemies with this. Homemade 3-ingredient ice cream mixed with slice of bananas and avocado. Ooh. Whoa. Okay. Now, I'm usually the avocado guy around here, but even this gives me pause. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, like, the difference between me and a lot of these guys in here, though, is I would try it. I would try it. I'm not confident that I would love it. Whole milk, agave nectar. I do like agave. 3 ingredient ice cream, cup whole milk, 2 cans evaporated milk, 4 egg yolks, teaspoon whiskey. Oh, okay. Quarter banana, 2 large, not even just a little bit of avocados, 2 large avocados, and a tiny pinch of salt. I'm not sure about this. Anyone who doesn't like avocados is a clanner. I think that's actually a fair division, because most of these guys would be like, fuck yeah, I'm a clanner. And then I would spit on them. Triple thick, malt thick. Gotta love that thick avocado business. I admit, I would try it. I'm not saying I'd love it, but I'd try. You know what? Who is this? Hethrir gave the face vomiting. And Iberben, I'm with Iberben. Let's give that a thumbs up. Boom, there we go. Fuck avocados and the clans. Vergadarung, you are a... you are a man with no nation. Bananas, I understand. I was given free avocados, so sure. I don't understand it, but I would take a big old slug of it. I'd question it, but maybe it's good. I don't know. The avocados have a wonderful texture to them. Cyber Knight, okay, 2 of 12. Palanite or Palantine? Whichever. Enforcers done. Cadet Booker Bradley joins Cadet Cadwell. Those are some nice paint jobs, Cybrin. Yes, Fang and Claw, you are a man of taste and dignified, erudite ways. Palpatine, yeah, sure, why not? The Palpatine Enforcers. These are really nice paint jobs. I love that this is an applicant. Like, some people, we all have our little identifying habits. We all have the things that we stick to. Maybe the colors that we like. And for Cyber Knight, it's gray and blue. For whatever reason, he really loves that gray and blue. And, seeing it transferred over to these Enforcers, it works really well. If I had to say what my favorite part of this model is, though, it's the brassy, bronzy color that we have on the chest pieces and in the eyes. I think that's really cool. And we talk a lot on this stream, even though I'm not very good at it, we talk a lot on this stream about color composition. I think this is a good example of solid color composition. Because if you didn't have that orange, brassy, bronze color there in the middle, it might look weird. In fact, it would look weird. Avocados on eggs on toast, now that's just delicious. I've like 4 boxes of Necromunda to paint up yet. Oh, the shelf of shame. Wonder how there came to be so many Germans in South America. They're just innocent cobblers. That's all. I agree, the white accents, well, yeah, he used the white well, in that you have it mostly up along here on the shoulders, but then he was sure to repeat it at least once on the feet. It doesn't overpower, it doesn't become an overall white paint job, but if you were missing it on the feet, it would feel odd, it would feel unbalanced. Really nice paint job overall, Cybrin. Thank you again so much for sharing. Again from Cybrin, soon to be joined by Private Birdshot Pelham, because you gotta have a shotgun handy. I like to keep this handy for close encounters. I mean, why is he not named Hicks, is my only real question. Will somebody get Cyber Knight in here and get him to answer me why this Enforcer is not nicknamed Hicks? Because that seems wrong to me. Somebody go to his place of work and drag him into this stream. Hethrir, working on Fiora the Forsaken. Works for both my Protectorate of Menoth army and my Infernals army, the traitorous bitch. Went back and touched up her tabard and the shoulder pieces. We'll post pics in the next storm report. What am I doing? What the fuck? Why do you people watch this garbage? Ooh! I love the flame effects you've got in here, Hethrir. This jumped out at me immediately. Like, okay, I like the hair. I struggle with hair, so I always note when people do good hair. This is some nice work here. I love the little bit of white streak that you have in the front. I love the overall color choices here. The orange, yellow, white together work beautifully. The flame effect is really nice. If someone held a gun to my head and said, criticize this model, I would say maybe the flames should be a different color. There's nothing strictly wrong with what you've done here. I'm just saying, if the flames were a different color, I feel like they'd pop a little bit more. But that's not to say the model looks bad. The model looks fucking incredible. Hethrier, this is some of the best work I've seen you do. It is fantastic. I thought about blue. Blue would be hot. Both literally and figuratively. Doesn't match the rest of the army. Well, I mean, if it's a hero character, it doesn't necessarily have to, though. Now, I know that a lot of what we've seen from Hethrier has been commission work that he's been doing, and so it's been stuff, for other people, and he stops himself at a certain point. This looks fucking fantastic, and I am super excited to see Hethrier working on some of his own stuff. It could be Menoth. They're just about fire. The fire doesn't have to be yellow, does it, Fang and Claw? I don't actually know that much about Menoth, so you can feel free to correct me. I know that they have an ability that literally fucking crucifies people, because it's a ridiculous game. Really, really nice work. And then Pow and Bistan for a Fred Star Wars army. So if I can restrain my urge to vomit at all things Rogue One related. No, it's a nice paint job. They do good jobs. FFG has done a really good job on most of their character sculpts lately. Nice work on the yellow. It's really very muted, and it works nicely with this blue-gray you've done on the rest of it. I'm not familiar enough with the costumes of the characters from the film to compare it with that. I'm just going off what I'm seeing here. Really, really sweet yellow you've done there, though. And then some Scarif Rebel Pathfinders for the same guy. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing that the yellow and the blue-gray is more of a personal army choice than inspired by the movie. Yeah, okay, the scheme the guy picked. That makes sense, now that I'm seeing it on these guys, because it definitely wouldn't have been on them. Nice work, though. I love what you've done with the goggles here. That sort of little bit of textured reflection that you've got in them. And the blue balances out the yellow in a bit. The blue balances out the yellow so well that I almost wish you could find a way to put more blue in on these guys, but they don't have goggles. All in all, really nice job, Hethrier. And then from Rogue 19, it's an older work, sir, but it checks out. Significantly better shot than my progression photos. The Imperial Class Star Destroyer. God, I remember when this mini came out. We were so excited. We went to a huge tournament. By huge, it was pretty big. We had like 14 to 16 people there. Which, I mean, 8 tables of Armada going on at the same time is actually fairly impressive. But do you have the shield dials? It looks like you got the acrylic ones. That's really, really nice, Rogue. But I'm saying, I remember when this came out because we had a tournament and they sent us one of the ISDs before it actually released. So our local guy got sent an Imperial Class Star Destroyer before the stores did, and they were being given out. And I won that motherfucker. I had it for a couple of weeks before it actually released. And that was such a hard-fought victory to win the ISD. Oh, man. Guys, I try not to get too reminiscent about my Sentient Pickle. Don't lead me into that. Don't lead me into that. You know that I'll go on for hours. Either way, really nice looking paint job that you've got here, Rogue. I dig the gray and the red, as always. I think I won my ISD using almost entirely Gladiator class Star Destroyers. I did, Kersal. I sold all my Armada shit. I have regretted every single time I've sold a Wargame army. I don't do it anymore. I sold all my Legion shit. I had some really nice Imperial stuff. I sold all my Armada shit. I went through this phase of being, like, angry at FFG, and, believe it or not, and I know this is probably hard to believe, but me selling off my army didn't teach them a lesson. I know, it's hard to comprehend, but they didn't even notice. Oh, and then we got the reverse view with a little bit of OSL on the inside of the engines. Looks like some good dry brushing to pull out some of the details. I appreciate they had pre-painted models, but it's not hard to do better. You can just print Armada shit. Dude, I can print everything these days. I can print any goddamn miniature there is. Maybe not any miniature there is, but most of them. And if I can't print it, I can... Yes, Chrysala, it taught me a lesson. It taught me several lessons. One of the biggest being nobody fucking cares what I think. Shield... Oh, yeah, right there. Shield Dials by Admiral Tater's Ship Shop on Etsy. Some nice blue acrylic. You know, if the model existed, I would. And you know what? Give it time. It probably will. People are really digging into 40k with STLs right now. Oh, there's a fly. There's a fly in my face. All right. From Puck Duncher, first of my Tyrell's Terrors unit that I'm happy with. Other than a few nitpicks, I'm really happy with this one. Need to figure out what base I want to go with. Thinking of a sort of snow tundra look. So I like that idea, Puck Duncher. That would go really, really well with this paint scheme. Also, really nice kind of primer red that you've got going on here. That's pretty cool. But the thing you can do with a snowy base... So, Hardy, anytime you're in this stream, you can hit !STL to get a readout of what my FDM printer is doing. I don't have my resin printer on the stream. That would be a completely different camera, and it would be fucking boring to watch. Because resin printers are not entertaining. They really aren't. Yeah, I've got Thunderbot set to drop a couple links on you there, because the Vaporators I'm printing for Star Wars Legion are actually available for free on Thingiverse, but they are part of a larger set that can also be purchased. Fang and Claw, you need a good catapult file, because if you're looking for a catapult file, we have an STL share section on the Discord, and we have a lot of files, my man. We have a lot of files. If you're looking for a catapult, that's the place to ask. Yeah. You pop in there, somebody's sure to post it for you, almost immediately. And if they don't, I will, because I've got one. But if you do a snow-based Puck Duncher, it's a good opportunity for a simple paint job like this, because you can do not just snow on the base, but then you can do some on the feet, and you can do stuff like a little bit of snow in a crevice on the shoulder, or on the flat surface of the shoulder, or in a number of other areas. Now, I know, it doesn't actually make any sense. Snow on a battle mech would melt almost immediately, because heat is such a major concern. But ask yourself this, who fucking cares? Who is this person who gives a shit? Just put some snow elsewhere on the model, because it looks fucking cool. Honestly tempted at the moment to purchase a 3D printer. Seems so efficient for small scatter terrain at least. Hardy, I purchased an Ender 3 about a year and a half ago for $180. And since then, like, I really, really wish that at the time I had thought, I am going to start cataloging all the purchases I would have made, but I am instead printing. I really wish that I had started putting together a spreadsheet, because it would be, I mean, conservative estimate, $10,000. $10,000? Really? Is that a reasonable number? Am I just bullshitting? Would it have saved me? I think if I combine the amount that I would have saved with the amount that I've made, the amount of money that I've made creating files for other people to print and then printing them, it would reach $10,000. Yeah, if I combine the two, it would be at least $10,000. So I'm not saying that's saved. If it would just save, I would say... You know what, this is getting too specific. I don't want... I don't... Because if I say a number there, people are going to be like, oh, he thinks he's made about this much money selling STL files at this point. I don't want to do that. That's none of your business. It's been a lot of money, though. A lot of money. And put it this way, it's paid for itself many, many times over. If my numbers are complete fucking nonsense, I can promise you it has paid for itself 10 times over. Easily 10 times over. I cannot recommend getting a 3D printer enough. I really can. And once you get an FDM printer, it's like you give a mouse a cookie, he's gonna want a glass of milk. You give a man an FDM, he's gonna want to chug some resin. But starting with FDM is not a bad idea. And if you have any questions, Hardy, please feel free to ask them in the Discord. We have a lot of people who 3D print. Release the text. God, no, they're under audit. Yeah, in terrain alone. And you're going to make better terrain than you've ever made before in your life, too. That's the thing, is it's not just the money. It's the quality. Waiting for my Saturn. Ooh, Fang and Claw, you got one of the Saturns? I want one. Once they are more generally available for retail, I'm probably going to go in on the Saturn. Now, the Saturn doesn't have the monochrome UV LCD screen, does it? Because I'm kind of waiting on that generation of printers from Elegoo. I had Elegoo like one of my Twitter posts the other day. Does it? Okay, then fuck, I'm all in on the Saturn. I am all in on the Saturn if it does. Fucking fantastic. I had Elegoo like one of my Twitter posts the other day of the speeder bikes that I printed out on their printer. I don't think it's probably that special. They're not like a huge company, but still, I was like, yeah, Elegoo, woo! Somebody at their company likes me. Let's go. All right, I should move on. Puck Duncher, nice looking mini, great paint job, and yeah, exactly. Anything bright to set off the dark legs. Rogue 19K makes an excellent point there. From Puck Duncher, we also have a work in progress of some Comgar dudes I'm working on, trying to figure out how to have a good looking white. Trying a zenithal look to add depth. Going to add white dry brush to help drive the point across. Have lots of great ideas for these guys. So, Comguard's tricky. Comguard is tricky, and painting white armor is tricky. White and black are two of the most difficult colors to paint, particularly in hard surface models. I would say it goes like white, black, yellow, red, probably. There might be another color in there I'm missing, but those are the trickiest ones to get to look really good. Maybe slip in orange between yellow and red, but that just follows the color wheel. What is that mech on the left? Is that a swordsman? What? Fly? Why are you... Oh, fuck off. White, black, yellow, orange. Yeah, that seems accurate. Lancelot. Okay. This fly, I swear to God. Now, Machine God, that doesn't necessarily mean anything when we're talking about 3D prints, though. Because I can print an Atlas that looks like a fucking Commando. And scale in Battletech has always been a bit of a question. No, that's why I put red pretty much at the end of the list. It can be tricky. It takes learning some tricks. I think the trickiest thing about red is learning how to highlight it. Because you can go in a number of directions, but the two primary directions you can go are towards yellow or towards pink. And you really have to have a vision in mind before you start, or it can get funky real fast. You say that, Kursala. We all collectively learned recently that you should undercoat yellow with magenta. You say videos of your streams. They're absolutely... I do, Soulsworn. All my streams are available on VOD on Twitch for at least a month. And if you can't find them there, you can certainly find them on my YouTube channel, which there should be a button down below chat you can access that from. I've only got a couple that haven't wound up on YouTube, as far as I know. Or towards orange. Well, I mean, towards orange is essentially just towards yellow, though. The vast majority of the time, Rogue. You keep going into orange, you're eventually going to wind up in yellow. Oh, that's because you're a psychopath, WJ. What was I going to say? Yeah, painting white armor, though. I have done... Have I got any here? I do. Well, and I don't have my camera up, but, Puck Duncher, if you'd like some advice, I have done my own Comguard, which you can't really see in this tiny fucking camera without having the other one up. I'll post some pictures of my Comguard, though. If you want some advice on how to do these, I'd be happy to provide. My Comguard is one of my companies that I'm most happy with. And a lot of it has to do with using almost no white in the actual paint job. Like, my Comguard are almost entirely dark gray. They're dark gray and light gray, and then they're white on just the edges. And I did this almost entirely with a quick airbrush and a dry brush. Oh, that's the technique then, Puck Duncher. Yeah, absolutely, do that. Use a makeup brush. Use a makeup brush. Use a makeup brush. And based on what I'm seeing here, go heavier with your shadows. You want heavier shadows than this before you dry brush it, in my opinion. I've painted a lot of white armor. A lot of white armor between my clones and my stormtroopers and my Comguard, so I'm happy to give advice if you'd like it, Puck Duncher. Yeah, Rogue 19. And that's what I tell people. When you're painting white and black, don't use white or black. Black is never black, and white is never white. It's all gray, and then you hit a little bit of white. A little bit of white at the highest points, or a little bit of black at the lowest points, and that's what's going to give you the look you're really going for. I'll have to sacrifice a makeup brush. Just pick up one of the cheapo ELF contour brushes off of Amazon. They have them for like $5. I really, really recommend them. Moving down, we have more bust work from Steiner. Ooh, that's coming together. Damn, that blue on that gun. Ooh, so non-metallic metal I think is definitely easier to do when you've got more surface area. But god damn, that gun. Look at that blue and green and the purple. And the purple. Steiner, that looks fucking fantastic, dude. Look at that. That's really nice. The gradient is fucking great, and the edge highlighting just makes the whole thing explode right out at you. I love the green. I love the green next to the blue. I appreciate that you didn't put the green and the purple next to each other, but you have them both mixed in there with the blue between. That's really cool. Yeah, no, this is really good work. Oh my god, Fly, I am gonna fucking eat you. I'm looking into your horrible, multifaceted eyes. Yeah, that's right, mother. I'm going to consume you. I'm gonna digest you while you're still alive. You just sit right there and wait to the end of the stream. I'll fucking come for you. Anyway, moving on. Is this the one that you were refurbishing, Steiner? I saw you working on this a little bit late last night. And then you switched over to playing some games. But I'm sorry, that was very personal between me and the Fly. This is the refurb job. I didn't see it before. I'd love to see a before picture, but I can say that the red muscle work you've done on here is really, really nice. And I dig the work on the axe, too. I'd love to see what it looked like before you started working on it. Oh, he absolutely does, yes. In fact, can we get a shout-out from my boy Steiner Miniatures? It's just a little extra protein gear, Falcon. By the way, what's up, man? How you doing? I'd love to see the originals. Rogue 19K, including because who doesn't like Stormtroopers? And I don't think I included it on the last stream. I dig the, I'm usually pretty much a cannon paint job guy when it comes to Star Wars, but I like the black boots on these Stormtroopers. What is the, other than just being, I wanted them to be unique, Rogue, what is the story on the black boots? Is there a particular reason that you chose the black boots other than just wanting it to be unique? Because I like them. But I'm curious. Yeah, they do. They look pretty badass. They make them look even more like space Nazis, honestly. Black boots polish easier. I don't think Stormtroopers polish their own boots. I assume they're droids to do that. Either way, it's a great fucking look. I'd love to hear more about it. Machine God. Curry and jasmine rice. Meat and veg are left over from shish kebabs. Oh. Somehow the best meals always come in these disposable bowls, don't they? Maybe I'm just hungry. But this does look delicious to me right now. Oh, they tied to your Armada spec. Okay, so you've got like a unified faction between all your Star Wars games. That's pretty cool, Rogue. That's good thinking. God, I am hungry. I'm really hungry. Curry and jasmine rice. Oh, it sounds so good. I love good jasmine rice. And from Roland, we got a couple more of these Eridani Light Horse. Am I correct in this, Roland, that we've got some more ELH going right here? This is the Clint. This is the Clint. Right? ISB Special Force. Dude, that's pretty cool, actually. You should pick up, Rogue, one of the Agent Callus minis from... This isn't from Darkfire Designs, this is from Skullforge. Use this as an Imperial officer. Do like a full Imperial Security Bureau thing. I think that'd be cool as shit. Stuck in the Battletech game. Well, Fang and Claw, there's one thing I can promise you is that almost everybody in this chat plays Battletech. You need some tips, man. We just added a video game section to the Discord, too. This is Third Crucis Lancers. I mean, you can't blame me. They're both olive drab with yellow. But this is the Clint, right? Yeah, it's a good-looking mini. Have a look at another angle here. The Clint is such an economical design. Think of doing a Krennic up as myself. Shit, Rogue, do it. Hell yeah. I would swear your ELH had yet. You know what it is, Roland? I'm confusing your ELH with my ELH. Because my ELH uses the yellow accents. I don't remember what company of ELH that is. But yeah, I'm confusing your work with mine. But yes, this would be your Crucis Lancers. course, I mean, I should know better, because pretty much all your ELH managed to have decals on them, too. Steiner, don't even, Steiner. Come on. There are children present, presumably. Maybe. There aren't. There are no children in this chat. There shouldn't be, anyway. If there are, we've made a mistake. The 71st Stryker Regiment. Thank you, Roland. Yes, that is accurate. I remember because I looked it up right before we played the Invasion of Huntress. Currently playing through both Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Resident Evil 2 Remake? Resident Evil 2, I'm guessing? Dude, Fallen Order is a great game. He is the Clint Commander. Anywhere you see Clint, you're going to see this fucking face. Let's stop that right there. Deckles, no, Firestarter, no. I'm not accepting that. Jedi Fallen Order is a fantastic game, though. I hope you enjoy it. I really, really liked it. Started playing BioShock, the first one. That's a great game. Wait, who am I looking at? I should actually look. Machine God sharing a Shadowhawk with me. Oh, man. I really, really dig. So red and black is a classic combo. It's finding new ways to put them together. I like this sort of overpowering red on the torso and then the black kind of sandwiching it. That's pretty cool. Nice work on... Hey, Machine God. Nice bush, bro. But really it is. Good edge highlighting here on the back in particular. I love Shadowhawks. I really do. They're just so damn cool. It's a very small tree, which is basically just a bush. It's tricky doing trees with battle mechs, because that would not be a very large tree. That would be a fairly small tree. Resident Evil 2, working my way through it so I can start on Resident Evil 3. Fallen Order is amazing. Probably 75% of the way through now. I think it's easily in my top 10 games. I am so looking forward to Fallen Order 2. Not spoiling anything, really. I feel like everybody could guess that the setup of the end of the game is like they could easily roll over into a Fallen Order 2. And I'm very much looking forward to them doing that. Have you been through Dathomir yet, Hardy? Thank you so much for sharing with us, Machine God. I always love seeing a Shadowhawk coming together. Really, really vivid red you've chosen here, and I love the edge highlighting on the black. Good work on the base as well from Fang and Claw, just to blow us all out of the water. Here we have some of his fantastic work on Archeon. Ooh. Damn, right? Space Hawk. I'm not Cat. I'm not. I mean, I wish I was. I wish I was that cool, but I'm not that cool. Okay, well, I won't spoil anything, Hardy. I'll just say that a lot of cool stuff happens on Dathomir. Holy shit, what the fucking hot damn. These are all good. This is why I've been telling you guys, go check out Fang and Claw Hobbies. This dude, and he's been working on this. Oh my god, there's 2 flies. The world is ending. He's been working on this for a while. Like, he has way more patience to put into minis than frankly I do. I reach a point and I'm like, well, I'm done painting. But it has paid off so much. The color choices, and this is one of those, this is like fractal painting. It's not really, but the flies are duplicating. I mean, they probably are breeding somewhere, to be fair. Hopefully not in my room. What is your problem, fly? Anyway, it's getting to be that season. It's not really fractal, but I'll use that phrase to describe it because when you look at it from this perspective, from far out, it looks amazing. You're like, wow, look at it. It looks incredible. And what that is, that's the overall color composition. That's the overall color composition. But the closer you get into the details on this model, you will see there's a lot of minis out there where you look at them from a ways away and you're like, that looks really good. And then you zoom in and you're like, but the brush strokes, it's not really... Yeah, it kind of falls apart. This one doesn't. The closer you get, the better it's going to look. Look at that work on the wings. Look at that work. God, Fang and Claw. This is ridiculous. You know what, Fang and Claw? You're forbidden from posting... No, I'm kidding. You're not really. I really appreciate you posting, man. Technically, ours isn't wrong. It's just a bigger number than you think. But honestly, the more you work, the more confident you become in your brushstrokes, the fewer hours you're going to spend on stuff like this. Really, really fantastic work all around, Fang and Claw. Again, thank you so much for sharing. Look at that sword! Look at that sword! This is another good example of just good color choices from the very beginning. The green that he has picked for the runes and the sword. They just work so well with the other primary colors that he's chosen. The red on the armor, too. I know I've complimented the red on the armor before. It's really nice. Really pushed myself. Fang and Claw, it paid off, man. It paid off big time. I cannot wait to see this whole thing put together. I love that sword, I really do. Coming down from White Wolf because he said a hobby related and whatnot. Not saying what this is. Huh. Am I the only one here picturing Dennis Reynolds saying, it's my tools! I have to have my tools! I'll check it out, Rogue. Thank you. What's up, Howler13? How you doing? Yeah, I don't... I'm a little concerned, I confess, that this is maybe somehow violating Twitch TOS and I don't know it. I'm hoping it's not. But what is this? What's this for, buddy? What do you do with your balls on chains? Poi? I'm not familiar with that. Oh, you were telling me you weren't just making a random exclamation. I see. All those seem like alien words to me. I have no fucking clue what poi or astrojacks are, but I'm gonna assume it's a sport of some kind. Homie the Clown be Homie the Clown. Holy shit, I haven't thought about Homie the Clown in decades. Man, that was a different fucking world. Performance art. Oh, okay, so it's like it's not, it isn't juggling, but it's something like juggling or like a dance kind of a thing. Right, Homie the Clown. That was Damon Wayans. That was a long time ago. Type of flow art originally created by the Maori. And okay, now I'm immediately more interested, White Wolf. Would you do me a favor? Find a good demonstrative YouTube video for someone who has never seen it before and pop it in the Discord because I love to see it. It can also be done with fire. That's what Howler is all about. And from Exile, we've got some Gundam coming together. Look at that. Ooh, nice panel lining we've done. Are you here right now, Exile? I'd like to ask about the panel lining. And if you did it, excuse me, with oil paints. Rave without the drugs. Well, that just sounds like a waste of time, Rogue. Would I have probably seen it at, like, Burning Man? No panel lining, just airbrush. Really? Okay, so maybe what I'm seeing here is that you've done a little bit of a... Okay, now I look closer. The black lines, is that more of an edge highlight thing? Like an edge low light? Like more of a cell shading effect that you've done? Now that I'm actually looking at it. Because they're really, it's good looking, and it gives it kind of that cartoony pop. I'm not, like, I know a lot of people have done cel-shaded style painting. Oh no, that's just lines from multiple pieces being put together. Okay, I didn't even realize. I thought that was an intentional effect. Well, it looks good. I like it. Good color choices over, I mean, you know, it's a Gundam. It winds up being white, red, white, and blue, one way or the other. But good job overall. Let's get a closer look at some of these pieces. Really, really smooth airbrush job that you've done on it so far. I guess I probably could have read the caption that you actually posted, but, you know, we don't learn lessons around here. I was planning on doing it, but it just came out looking that way. You know, sometimes they can be happy accidents. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a good, deep, deep red that you've chosen there for the chest pieces. First Gundam kit / airbrush project. It's coming together really, really nice, Exile. I hope to see some more of this as it comes together. I love Gundam. I do. I'm not as well versed in Gundam as a lot of people. I'm more like super hyper focused on a couple of Gundam properties, and admittedly one of those was Gundam Wing, which people give me shit for. But I fell in love with it when I was a kid. You know, what are you gonna do? I only recently, this is embarrassing to admit, I had not watched 8th Mobile Suit Team all the way through. Fang and Claw Hobbies with the subscription. Thank you so, Fang. Fang, you don't have to do that, man, but it means a lot. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Let's not talk about G Gundam, Machine God. Like, I know about Machine Gundam, but let's not talk about it. Let's not do that. Like, at all. Interesting you say that. I've been considering trying to paint mechs in a Borderlands 2. Dude, I would fucking love to see that sentient pickle. I'd love to see someone just try it. Just do one and see what it looks like. It is not the best Machine God! You're just fucking with me now. G Gundam is not the best Gundam. G Gundam is insane. G Gundam is a straight up fucking fever dream about mechs. It's the kind of thing where when I'm done watching it, that's not the point. That's not the point. That is not even the point, Machine God. Yes, of course God Gundam would thrash fucking everybody because it's complete nonsense. No. No fucking shining fingers, no God Gundam, no none of this shit. I'm not entertaining it. I'm not saying it's not entertaining. I'm just saying it's absolute madness. Oh my god. Yes, 8th Mobile Suit Team is fantastic though. 8th Mobile Suit Team has so many fun little details in it. Like when he's repairing the ankle on his Gundam and he reaches down and he pulls off the cloth covering containing his ankle joint, or when they show the glove, he de-gloves the outside of the Gundam hand and they reveal all the parts beneath. I'm like, these are just such simple things that you never think about. But and I was shocked to learn that 8th Mobile Suit Team happened in like 96, like right after Gundam Wing. And I had been getting off on Gundam Wing for years and years and years. And I watch 8th Mobile Suit Team and I'm like, oh, well, this is where all the fucking animation budget went. Into 12 solid episodes of this. Yeah, no, 8th is really, really good, though. This fist of mine shines with an awesome power. No, G Gundam. Come on, guys. Alright, we're moving on. We're moving on! What's my favorite Gundam? My favorite Gundam series or my favorite, like, Gundam, like, actual mobile suit? You know what? Let me clarify that question, Gear Falcon. Are you asking what's my favorite Gundam? Or what's my favorite mobile suit? Because these are two different questions. From Silver Hydra, ooh, dead zone calculator. What are we doing? What's happening here? What am I looking at? Haven't contributed much to this project lately, but I got a lot of mileage out of this advanced/TAC Ops LOS calculator. Oh! I find tracking artillery to be pretty rote, so that's the next major feature I'm hoping to add. Okay. For Dead Zone, that's pretty cool. I like Dead Zone. I can't, this is an image for ants that I can't open up large format. I'm so sorry, Silver Hydra. I'll take a look at it a little bit closer later. Gundam. My favorite Gundam. Yeah, see, I can't give that answer, Rogue. Like, I'm totally with you. Fucking Zaku forever. But that's not a Gundam. I will admit, I don't just want to say the most recent Gundam I've seen, but I really like the... I'm not sure what model it is. The Gundams they have in 8th Mobile Suit Team, though, are like mishmashes of the Gundam parts, and like the Power GM parts. They were like highly modular, and they were able to incorporate pieces of the lesser mobile suits into them. I like that one a lot, but if I'm going favorite Gundam, I can't remember the designation. What was the nuclear Gundam from Stardust Memory? Ground type. Yeah. Datrin, is that true? I thought they were Gundams that were capable of integrating GM parts. The GP03, yes. The nonsense Gundam. The why did we build this Gundam? The this was obviously a bad idea when we came up with it Gundam. The why the fuck isn't it harder to steal this Gundam? It was fucking crazy. Holy shit, have I really... Well, I've really stretched this one out today. Well, let's keep going in with the storm report then. From Vergadarung. Ooh, look at that. That's fucking cool, man. Looks like we set up a little background from... this is probably a 40k cutout, from what I'm seeing. But nice use of it. And then we've got some pretty good looking Trinity City road terrain here. that looks like it's been primed. I love that. I love the parking garage. I'm loving that I'm seeing the parking garage pop up in more and more places. And it looks like you got the ramps printed and assembled properly, Vergaderung. Were there any problems with the print? I was worried. I was worried about the ramps because they took some doing to make them, you know, flat enough to actually stand models on and still look like on-ramps for a highway. Which it doesn't really look like an on-ramp for a highway, it just looks like a highway ramp. Like a highway that is ramped, not like anything that exists in real life. But I'd love some feedback on the actual print of this Vergaderung, because I had some questions about how well other people were going to adapt to putting all these parts together. I love the look at all these militia mechs. Look at that catapult. That catapult looks fucking hot. Going against the mesmeric... I didn't even see this guy up here. The original Oscout in the Dazzle camo. Fucking fantastic work. Supports were a little hard to remove on the large flat piece. I wasn't happy with the supports, but I was trying to keep it minimal as much as I could. I can advise Vergaderung, if you're not using support interfacing, start using support interfacing. It can help a lot, particularly with removing supports from large flat pieces. With support interfacing and about a 0.3 Z-gap, I was able to just peel them right out. I love that Dazzle. Look, you sick bastard Vergaderung, you positioned this guy so we could see the spiral. Okay, anybody who's watching the stream right now, look at this mech. Look at this mech. Look at this spiral. Look at the pretty spiral. It's only visible from one angle, and it has a long, complicated word associated with it, like, look at it from a specific angle-itis, or something like that. I don't remember. He'll probably tell you what it is in a minute. It's so good! It's gorgeous. That's very true White Wolf. Most of the buildings and half of the roads I've printed. Too humid to prime this highway. Gotta decide how I want to paint it. Gonna try and sit down and learn the airbrush. Finally. All glory to the Hypno Mech. Yeah, I could see that. Oblique anamorphosis. I'm never gonna remember that phrase. It's just not gonna happen. Really, really nice looking prints for Vergaderung. It is such... Oh, God, I can't... I lack the words to describe how exciting it is to see work that I've done being printed and enjoyed by other people. And I know it sounds sappy, it does, but it's true. I make all the shit that I make ultimately because I want it, because it's something that I want to have. RX-78, RX-78 was what was sticking in my head, but I didn't want to say it because I couldn't remember it precisely. Technically they're Gundams, but not really. Yeah, it was built out of spare parts and finished with parts from a GM, and it was interchangeable with other parts from GM. Yeah, I can see that. River City? Yeah, a bit. Vergaderung, I was not confident enough in my, bridging. So Fang and Claw, we call it Trinity City. That's our name for it, but yeah, it is a bit like River City. I can see that. So many of the design considerations for Trinity City are built around the idea that I want Trinity City to be playable. Like, as you can see on the highway ramp, I designed all those little arches and all those little pillars and the little blockers in such a way that the levels are uniform and you can always balance a mech on them, because they are Machine God. Yes, in fact, all of Trinity City is available both in 1.25 inch and 1.75 inch hex. Nothing pisses me off more, and this is absolutely hyperbole, but nothing pisses me off more than Battletech terrain, or really just miniature wargame terrain in general, that, White Wolf, shut up. Come on. That, interferes with gameplay. I don't like it. It bothers me. And I understand why it exists. I understand that, you know, we, as gamers, we're just used to using kind of whatever we have, and a lot of the time we get focused on our terrain looking as cool as possible, and we just kind of make up, you know, we got some wobbly model syndrome, oh well, we'll deal with it. Man, I fucking hate wobbly model syndrome, and every single thing on here was designed with the intent of annihilating wobbly model syndrome. Even these parts. Like this guy here, this mech repair bay, and this crazy, which I'm glad to see this assembled nicely too, this crazy uplink center here. You can stand a mech on every legal hex. You can stand a mech on top of this gantry, you can stand a mech on top of these dishes, you can stand a mech in every hex over here, like all of it. All of it. And I'm so unbelievably happy. Yes, it is precisely 33 millimeters, and I'm not going to get into the argument about how many millimeters an inch and a quarter is. I'm not getting into that argument again because I've had it too many times. My inch and a quarter is 33 millimeters, and you can deal with it. Or if you don't like it, you know what you can do? You know what you can do, White Wolf? You can fucking scale it down a little bit because you can do that in 3D printing, and it's actually really easy to do. The highway ramp is a thing of beauty and instrument. Oh, forgot it wrong. Forgot it wrong. Thank you so much for saying so, man. Metric is superior. No, it is. Metric is superior. Metric is the better form of measurement. I do everything in metric. Absolutely everything. I'm not... No, I've been drinking Gear Falcon. You know how that's gonna go. Let's not go there. Let's move on. Manro Fasal posting some... It looks like we've got Leia, Chewie, and Han. I could do with some close-ups on these, Manro. If you're around, would you do me a favor? You take some more pictures, close up on each of them, and post them over in Showcase. I'd love to get a closer look at these. It's a little hard to judge them from this angle. Or from this distance, rather. And SP Firestarter. So after accidentally glorbing, I screwed up the blades and had to redo them after lots of fighting. They aren't the same style, but I think it looks okay. If I'm being honest, Firestarter, I like this style better. Like, I know what I suggested last time and you were trying to emulate it, but I like this blade style better. It looks almost like a marbled glowing green effect. Like there's energy sort of coursing through the whole blade. This is pretty cool. Use some wash to bring down the grainer area, that as you should. Washes are a fantastic tool in the toolbox. That's really nice work. I've seen a number of Zeros models coming together. Like, I know that, like, I feel like this is probably just, like, you haven't really based it yet, but if I'm being honest, I really kind of like this effect you've got with the green sort of flowing in towards the model. Again, I don't know if you did it on purpose, but I think it looks cool. Yeah, the crackling energy effect is fucking fantastic. SP Firestarter, this is my favorite picture of Zeros that you've posted yet. I really love the direction you're going. Keep doing this. Keep moving in this direction. Fucking fantastic. And I can see you've started to do the goo stream here. I like how that's going. If you transition this into sort of a fleshy blood color, I think that'd be cool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Firestarter. This is probably just what happened when you were wiping paint off your brush. But that said, you could lean into that. You could lean into that. An energy effect on the ground flowing in and towards Zeros, that wouldn't be bad. That could be cool. Consider it, that's all I'm saying. I'm over here like, push yourself, do crazy things, and I'm like, let me use the most easy techniques I can find real quick. Oh, I don't want to skip Datron Voltari. Here's a test print for the Cyber Ninja from Popsicle's July painting contest. Unfortunately, provided supports failed, so his hat didn't make it. His back looks like he was hit by a blowtorch. Second attempt failed so completely, I may need to change my FEP. That's never a good feeling. Though the front details look nice. I'd love to see it with some primer on it. I'm not a big fan of pre-done supports. Like, I know that they're kind of popular right now, but... And I know a lot of people who are newer to 3D printing really appreciate them, but I really like doing my own supports. I don't know, it fills me with more confidence. And Kursala hitting a nice milestone, finishing up the turret panel lines. Next up, test prints. Okay, I can't even... Oh, thank you, Dark Fox. I'd rather do my own supports, too. I don't want to say, because it sounds bad. Oh, okay, Dark Fox, you're not being a smartass. Fine, I'll drink some water, for God's sake. You guys are going to watch me become a drunk live on stream. I don't want to say I didn't like the design before Kursala, because that's not accurate. I don't want to say I think the tank was kind of boring, because that's not accurate either. What I want to say is the angled panels on the side of both the hull and the turret have upped the game so fucking much as to make the original design you made and this final version, I mean, it's an order of magnitude better. It really is. If you want to say that Kursala, that's fine, but this is so much better. This makes it a truly unique design. This is the kind of design that this grabs the eye. It's got its own profile, at least from certain angles. This is fucking fantastic. I can't wait to see what you do next, Kursala. This is really great. I want to print some of these. Awesome looking tank. Oh, hey, I said that and he did it. Except he did it a while ago. Same figure after a quick prime in Vallejo German Gray Primer and Zenithal Highlight with Stylin Res White. Gonna do a test paint while I try to figure out good manual supports for the figure. That's a good use for a failed print. I like that. That's smart. Oh yeah, now the details are standing out better. I dig it. I like the coat that he's got on. Is that a sword in his hand? Can't see the crossguard from this angle if it is. I look forward to seeing some more work on that Datron Voltari. Nice print. And yeah, once you get your own supports done, you'll like it better. Hoping to save time as I just learn my own support settings, but I agree, rather do it myself. Datron Voltari, if you are not using Prusa Slicer, can I recommend? Download Prusa Slicer. And even if all you use it for is adding supports, you can load an STL, you can import an STL to Prusa Slicer, you can optimize the orientation, which it will generally give you an optimal orientation. You can do auto supports, which I have found that an auto support with a connection point of about 0.35 millimeters works best for me. And you'll usually only have to adjust 1 or 2 supports. Between its auto optimization and its auto support feature, and then save the whole thing as an STL and export that to your slicer, it works beautifully for me. And I barely have to do any effort. I strongly recommend trying out Prusa Slicer. Kursala, the city grows ever larger. The small gold buildings to the left are farm sets from Greeble City. We need some more rural stuff for Trinity City. We do. We do. But this is a nice addition. I love this. Trinity City. I've seen the heart of this city. And it's shaped like a fucking triangle. Really nice work, Kursala. Excellent prints. It was a failed print. Instead of printing a new top for it, just melted some parts on it with a soldering iron. That's a good idea. It really is. Just downloaded it to learn and loaded up 3D Printing Pro's guide. You'll love it, Datron Voltari. I use it all the time. Better pick of the bases after they've been washed. Oh yeah, we saw these stamped out last time. Next stop, gritting them up, and of course assembly of the minis going on them. Oh yeah, now that I can see the details. Because before it was a little hard to see the details. I like the sort of Celtic knot work and the runes that we've got going on here. These are going to be interesting for what are going to be Infinity figures. They seem almost incongruous with Infinity. A different sort of style, almost more fantasy-esque. I look forward to seeing what you get done with them. Femeref Redux. Print and laying down the base for some Comstar colors. HGN 641 ×2 torso. With a few other options, yay for options. Cyber Knight has infected everyone with his disgusting need for modularity and magnetized options. Crazy. This whole thing came together so fast, I'm jealous of how quickly you work. I really am. I give myself excuses, like I work slow because I'm working on everything all at once, and lately it's been true. Oh my god, between trying to get designs done, and then actually printing them, and then painting them is just, oh my god, son of a bitch. I'm doing terrain and mechs, and I'm doing Star Wars terrain, I'm doing Battletech terrain, and I'm doing Battletech mechs. And now Star Wars figures all at the same time. I need to stop one of them and focus on the others. Fantastic looking Highlander, though. This is one of my favorite things. Because, guys, if you don't know, this miniature came from Papa Bear starting to work on a Highlander. And then people in our Discord suggesting, you know what would be cool on a Highlander? He's a kilt. And then Project Dark Fox did a sketch of this mech. Like, here's an idea. Here's a Highlander with a kilt. And then Papa Bear took that sketch that Project Dark Fox did and made it into this file and then printed it and painted it. I lack the words. I lack the words for how fucking cool that is. That it came together in my Discord, of all places. Guys, fantastic work all around. It's really so cool. And look at this asshole with a hammer. That's ridiculous. Papa Bear, what you've done is ridiculous. Yeah, and the turnover was really rapid. It happened really, really fast. Papa Bear got right on this shit.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
It's true. You'll just bleed everywhere. Believe me, I've done it. And I love the kilt. I love the kilt. I like how it's divided amongst the legs so that it's not impractical. The legs would still move and work, but you still get the sort of tartan effect. That's just so neat. Papa Bear, fucking fantastic work. And then it closed and we have the one last bit from Hardy, one of our newcomers. working on a diorama piece. Ooh. Ooh. Hardy, if you're still here, I would love to hear your thoughts and inspiration on this. Just walk me through it briefly, if you don't mind. Yes, that's right. Papa Bear makes his work freely available, despite the fact you could totally sell it, dude. I'm telling you. You could totally sell it. Like, what are we going for with this? It looks really, really nice so far. So the 3-foot board I was working on, the original plan was to use these buildings as an industrial zone on one corner of it. Okay, alright. And you said you're working on a 3x3, specifically for, I would assume, the new edition of Warhammer 40k 9th, because I know that it's not, I know there was a bunch of like, oh my god, they're changing the board size, but they're not actually changing the board size so much as they're allowing smaller board sizes now. Which, honestly, I think is smart. Because the 6x4 is an artifact of a bygone era. Spent 3 days stripping paint off, decided they didn't fit the aesthetic. At that point, it was a waste of time, so I used them in a diorama. So, this ultimately is a very efficient use of something you weren't going to use for something else, which, I mean, I love DIY. I think that much must be obvious by now. But I love repurposing models, too. As much as I'll just be like, this model looks like shit, and throw it in the trash. If you can find a way to use a broken droid on the base of another miniature to accent it a little bit, if you can find a way to use a model that just didn't turn out the way you wanted it in a diorama, that's fucking awesome. Thinking to go with the spring thaw theme for this. Lots of mud, snow, and grass tufts over the building we painted a steel blue color and copper accents and rust. It'd be a good idea. Kind of contrast it with the rest of the terrain and then insert the rust to make it look more like, you know, the obscenity of man amongst the beauty of nature. Hardy, I look forward to... If you feel like continuing to post here as you work on this, I would love that. I'd love to see this come together. One of my favorite things in the Storm Report is I've gotten to watch some projects go from one step to another as someone gets different iterations and drafts done on them. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today, and I hope to see you again for another stream and for another Storm Report. That will bring us almost an hour later. God, I wasted a lot of time today. I didn't update my stream ending screen. I didn't update it. Sorry about that, you guys. Wait. No, I didn't. Okay. So the next actual painting stream will in fact be Tuesday, the 21st, and then our next gaming stream is going to be Thursday, the 23rd. For painting, we are going to be working on maybe... I don't think it's going to be Star Wars. I'm not decided yet. I try to have something decided so I can tell you guys here at the end of the stream, but if I'm being honest, I'm probably going to decide the day of. It's either going to be Star Wars or... you know what? I'm going to tell you right now. It's going to be either Revelations or Battletech, and I'm leaning towards Battletech. I think it's going to be some stompy robot action now that I can actually get some printing done with my resin printer. So yeah, either Battletech or Revelations. I'll let you guys know the day of. Either way, stompy robots. Coming up on Thursday the 23rd, we will be playing more Dead Space, which we had a good time with last time. We got through 2 chapters. I think we got 10 to go. I want to say there's 12 chapters in that game. I can't remember. I need to finish off Fox's mech, but that's probably going to happen off camera. I'll post up Fox's mech when that gets done. Have you considered 4X? A 4X game? I don't know how that would go on stream. I spend like 12, 13 hours a session playing that bullshit. That's crazy pants. Let's see, who's doing what? Who's painting? Who's doing what here? We have Zambies going. We have Chaotic Harmony playing MechWarrior Online. And we have Steiner Miniatures doing some art. I want to give you guys a choice. I'm going to give you guys a choice today because this is a tough one for me. You tell me if you want to go over to Chaotic Harmony to see some MechWarrior Online, or you want to go to Steiner Miniatures to see him painting some miniatures. Go ahead and get your votes in. I'll wait just a minute. Have you heard of Star Sector? I have not, Owler. I'm not sure what Zambies is doing tonight, WJ. Hey, take it easy, Cat. Thank you so much for being here. Chat, can we get a hearty good night to the mod extraordinaire Cat Ion, the one who keeps this whole stream moving? That doesn't help me, Vergaderung. I asked you to pick between them. Why do I even ask? My lips are all wine-stained. I look like a fucking lush. I'm leaning... Here's the thing. We never raid Chaotic Harmony. We never get the chance to raid Chaotic Harmony. We raid Steiner all the time, and I haven't for a couple, and Steiner, I want you to know, it's not because I don't love you, man. I do. But we never get to raid Chaotic, and I kind of want to. I want to do it just once, just to say that I've done it. So, we're gonna raid Chaotic Harmony. He's never on this late at night, and he has contributed so much to the stream, you guys. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Next time, we are almost certainly going to be raiding Steiner Miniatures. He's almost always on. He's almost always on when we're going off. You do always choose Zambi's WJ, to be fair. And there were a lot of votes for Chaotic. This is a democracy until they decide that it's not, and then it's a dictatorship. You know, like most democracies. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemex, thank you so much for being here tonight. This has been a fantastic stream. I had a lot of fun. We got some really good work done on Bo-Katan. We had a fantastic Storm Report. Thank you to Cat Ion. Thank you to Project Dark Fox. Without the two of you both modding the chat and modding for the Discord, the stream would absolutely not be possible. We had some new follows, we had some subs, we had so much shit happen today, it's been absolutely fucking crazy. Thank you to absolutely everyone who subbed, everyone who followed. I hope to see you again next time for some more painting on Tuesday, and for the next Storm Report. I am going to send you over to Chaotic Harmony now for a second. Well, in a second, that's what I meant to say. I'm going to send you to Chaotic Harmony. You know what, let's just end the stream. Let's just end the stream! Alright, I'll see you guys Tuesday. Until then, keep on painting.